Hello, everybody, and welcome to the weekly Weebcast. At least it's supposed to be the weekly Weebcast, but I've been moving, and that's made doing weekly podcasts a little difficult. We're going to be getting back into the swing of things, and what we're getting back into the swing of things with is something where just when I thought I was out, Digi pulled me back in. So Digibro, in case those of you who listen to this podcast don't know, recently released a video titled just 30 minutes of me shit-talking other anime YouTubers. Oh god, what have I done?
Beautiful title, by the way. Fantastic title.
Like, it encapsulates everything. All of my feelings about the video are in the title.
Beautiful.
Excellent clickbait.
A video which I regretted before, during, and after making it. Hence the title.
But I mean, you still made it, and now you're probably going to get to write a sweet diss track about RC anime at some point.
He'd have to come at me with something to make it worth it.
Well, I mean, just before we get into the get right into the news is the best way to put that. Before we get into that, Digi did make a pretty bold statement before we started recording that I'd just like him to repeat for the record.
Oh, that if RC Anime were to show up in a video with a t-shirt that says "Punk Bitch Motherfucker," I would patron him. Is that the statement you're referring to?
That's it. That's it. It's on the record now. The people know RC Anime can get he can double the number of patrons he has right off the bat.
Damn.
Wow. That's can we never mind. I'm not going to be the guy who says let's not bully people, because that would be entirely uncharacteristic of me. So
to just start shit? Yeah, that's not something Jimmy does.
Here's the thing, because I woke up when Digi made this thing, and everyone is like sending me this message, and it's just like, oh, Nano, Digi mentioned you in a video, and it's like, then the thing is said, people said Digi mentioned you in a video, and then I saw the title, and it was like me shit talking other YouTubers, and when I saw it, I was like, what? Digi, we've been bros for like what? We've been homies for that long. So I watched the video, and I, like, the entire time I was waiting. All right, when's he gonna start talking shit? When's he gonna start talking shit? And then at the end, he's just like, "Oh, who's good? Nino. He never makes videos, but he's good." I'm like, "Oh, wait." So he just talked shit about everybody else, and then said something nice about me, which was like really strange for the first time, because I'm in this situation.
Never been there before.
Yeah, I've never been in a position where people say nice things about me on YouTube. So it's because people usually only say nice things about me on my own channel. Everywhere else, people are talking shit. So yeah. That's like, I don't know. This whole thing though.
He was also in the new situation of someone starting YouTube drama and it not being him.
Yeah,
for the first time ever.
That was special. To be honest, no matter what anyone says about this whole thing, I think this is a necessary occurrence. I think this has been a very illuminating week for the anime community, especially from the behind the scenes, for the people making videos. Like people have been talking. People have been like so on edge about this. Some people are like flinging shit at Digi, saying, "Oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about." Some people are saying, "Oh, he's right." I think Digi didn't really say anything that wrong. And the thing is, the people he like outwardly was, critical of in like a really mean way, if you could call it mean. I mean, they were throwing bobs themselves. Like, if you don't throw stones if you live in a glass house, and if you have a glass jaw, you should watch your mouth.
I will say that out of the reaction to that video, none of the people who I shit-talked in that video took it anywhere near as hard as some of the people who watched the video did.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, for us, it's like, okay, this is one of our peers who's making a, like giving us his take on the content that we make. And for our audience, it's like, this fucking asshole is telling us we're idiots for watching Giguk in Mother's Basement. Fuck you, Digi bro. We hate you.
Yeah, that was just a really interesting situation to be in. Like, just watching the entire community, like,
I know you've been cutting in and out.
Yeah, he keeps cutting in and out for like everybody.
Give me a second. I'll get my stuff fixed. Keep talking, guys.
Yeah, get better internet. But yeah, I thought that the video was interesting. I thought you brought up some like you brought up 3 points in regards to the stuff that I make. And you brought up a few points in regards to Garnt stuff as well. And I figured that we'd just rehash those here and then just give our responses to them. I mean, Garnt, you've already given like a video response to this, so I don't know how in-depth you want to get into commenting on what Digi said. That was like the problem with video responses is that it's just a one-way conversation that's happened one time, not a discussion, which hopefully this can be, so we can discuss more in depth if needs be. Yeah. All right. So I think we'll just start in chronological order for how the video went. Obviously, Canapo's not here because he's in Australia and asleep right now.
I am busting for a piss. So if there's any way that you can, whatever you're about to describe, if it can take like a whole minute while I go to the bathroom, that'd be perfect. Don't. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. So you go, Digi. Okay. So the guy who we were gonna talk about these comments with just left. So
continue talking, Jeff. Just continue. Continue talking, Jeff. This is a much more highbrow show than the PCP, though. This is
because
Jeff, did we introduce everybody?
Did we?
Yeah, I suppose that is a good point. We have not yet introduced everybody who's in this podcast. I'm a little bit out of it. I haven't done a podcast in 4 weeks. I don't know if anybody listening to this knows that, but I keep getting messages on Twitter about how it's not weekly, so probably. Okay, so who we got with us today is not Digibro because he's going to pee right now. We got Gigic, a.k.a. Garnt, from the Anime Zone.
Hey, what's up?
We got Jimmy, a.k.a. Nino.
It's pronounced Ninu.
Don't do that. Don't do that, guy. Okay, guys, it's
Ninoa.
Nino, host of Anime Editorial. Hello and welcome to the Weebcast.
JJ.
Oh yes, of course.
It's
Nino.
Nino, spelled like 90. You know, like 90.
Yeah.
Host of Anime Editorial. Do not call me any of the other things they just said. So thank you.
He'll kill you.
Are you guys realizing we didn't do
I pointed it out.
We're just getting into that.
This is the best Weebcast ever. This is the best.
By far. And then
Exactly.
we're also joined by Kamara, a.k.a. Subsonic Sparkle, who previously joined us on the ReZero debate Weebcast to weigh in with his opinions. We'll fight about ReZero at some other point.
I forgot about the whole show. I don't remember any of it. So,
I remember listening to that show in class. Anyway,
and lastly, but not least, we are joined by a new up-and-coming and very prolific YouTuber, Lachlan, a.k.a. the Pedantic Romantic, who made waves with his video Sword Art Online, How Digibro Killed an Anime, which talked about me, and that's the only reason I watched it. It's also the only reason I watched Digi's vlog, let's be honest here. But yeah, we got a star-studded cast here.
Sure do.
A few people here have already made their own response videos, which I will link in the description.
Mine really covers the broad spectrum of details. I really pretty comprehensive, if I'd say so.
Kamara's is the best. Kamara's is the best.
You made a 30-second meme video.
No! Don't spoil it! Don't spoil it, Jimmy! Don't spoil it.
Oh god.
You just need to know that Kamara's is perfect. And that one will be linked at the top. So I'm going to link.
A point that I kind of wanted to make about Digi's video. The thing that's always stood out to me is that a lot of what he was saying wasn't things that people hadn't thought before or expressed. And you'll see in the comments that it's not too controversial, some of the things he says, but it's more like the outrage more comes from the fact that he's saying it. That
Bro,
because
can I
he's
just
like,
point this out? Can I just?
Well,
can
and
I
then
just
I'm
point this
saying
out?
it laced with swears and insults while
no,
totally
it's not
sloshed.
yeah, that
It's
too.
not just that, right? It's not just that, right? Because as someone who who has been in your position but in a lesser stage, the only reason you're getting this much flack for this video is because you had a target painted on your back years ago. Like, the moment you stepped into this community, you had a target painted on your back. And you just gave them an opportunity to fire on it with this video. Like, you just gave them an opportunity.
I want to clarify for myself. This is nothing new for me. I mean,
Exactly.
people think of Jimmy as like a really controversial guy because he has been, especially on YouTube. This is the kind of stuff I was doing back in my anime blogger days. I've never not been... it's the funniest reaction to me is when people are like, Digi, you've changed, or the alcohol is destroying you and stuff.
It's that alcohol, man.
Before I discovered alcohol, I was an expert in starting shit. So
I have spent like more time than I think anybody here talking to Digi in person, and I can verify that that's just how
but
he is.
where I'm going with that is that people, it's not that they necessarily think that you shouldn't be allowed to think that, but that it's sort of like irresponsible or unethical for someone with your reach to express those kinds of opinions. And that's kind of the thing I massively disagree with.
My argument with that would be
too.
that I think I have the most responsibility to fly off the handle and do this shit. So that, because I think that it's hard. I think it's harder for a lot of people who get into like positions like me where they don't want to do that for that exact reason. Like, you've got a big fan base and you're worried about how you're going to sway the opinions of people. But to me, the point of having this big fan base is so that I can sway the opinions of people,
Exactly.
So I think I'm taking it in a sort of different way. Like some people would say, aren't you concerned that this is going to, alter people's feelings or something? I'm like, that's what I want. I want everyone to start thinking like me.
I mean, also, like, in reality, like, it is, like you said, it's your responsibility, but you didn't just do, like, harm. You didn't even do any harm, in my opinion. I know this is going to sound really selfish, but you bigged up channels that you wanted to see succeed. So it wasn't just you. Like, that's something people don't realize. People look at that video and they're just like, oh, Digi's just talking shit. But you didn't wait till the end when he said, oh, but there's guys who are doing stuff I like. So why not, instead of, like, why not actually, look at the guys he said he likes, compare, compare and contrast and see if he really has a point. If you like the guys he mentioned more than the guys he disliked, then why don't you, use your own mind to actually, use that logic there.
This is going to sound extra arrogant and conceited because it sounds like I'm
You've
trying
been
to
outdoing
martyr
yourself
myself,
a lot
but
lately.
the only person...
I don't think that could be possible.
The only person who really stood to lose anything from that video is me. A lot of people stand to gain from it because anybody who I was talking shit about, them and their fans, it doesn't matter. It doesn't. It won't really affect
maybe that
them.
poor
it's not
Annie
gonna
Matt
do with anything.
who got
The
the dude with the hair, the guy that made the rocket video.
Because first of all, Animat, if you're watching this, cool dude, I like you, you're a chill guy. But I don't even remember you talking about him in the
He was collateral
I
damage.
do. I didn't know who he was. I only knew that I'd seen one of his videos and thought it was boring. And the fact that Canepa had called it his favorite YouTube reviewer, I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" That was sort of how he got caught in the crossfire. I'm sure he's a fine gentleman.
he was just collateral of you shitting.
you got
on
caught.
Canepa
I
more.
said this in the video, but nobody deserved this except RC Anime. He's the only person who deserved
his
any of this.
innocuous comments in a podcast.
that punk
he didn't
bitch
think anybody
motherfucker.
was gonna watch.
Yeah.
That poor soul.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I do.
That's why it made me so mad. Is that I knew that it wouldn't have been said to my face.
Exactly.
You know?
And that's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I do live streams, right? I do live streams on my channel. You can catch them in the middle of the fucking night when I'm bored enough to do one. But in those live streams, I talk shit about everybody. My last live stream, I talked shit about, I was talking about this whole situation. I was talking shit about people too. But the thing is, one thing I always make sure to preface my shit talking with, like when I'm about to say something mean to someone, I make sure I say, if you want, you can go chop up this video and send it right to them so that they can see exactly
None of
what I
that
said about
subtweeting
them.
stuff.
Because if and that's the thing,
I'd rather
subtweet stuff.
I'd rather
if
you
you're-
don't do that with my shit talking. By the way,
Yeah, because you need everything to have the full context, and also you want the ad revenue.
well, I meant to say that I prefer to talk shit about people behind their back and have them never hear about it.
If people are talking shit, let me know so we can engage in shit talking together. It's fun. I like talking shit. But
no, Jimmy, I think what Digi's saying here is that he is confirmed for also being a punk bitch motherfucker.
Oh yeah. Well,
I guess he thinks that maybe he doesn't deserve it, but everybody the guy does.
I totally understand like the position RC Anime must have been in when he made that comment, because I do it all the time on like my Let's Play show and stuff. I'll just out of hand shit talk people, but the thing is, because it's not, those aren't like formulated points I'm making to like it's one thing to talk shit about somebody like that in a place where you think that person's never going to hear it, and you're not really trying to approach them with this criticism, but then their fans take it to them and they're like, look at what this guy said about you, and you're just like, that motherfucker, how dare he, even though you don't really know what the full breadth of the criticism is. So
No, because the thing is, I had seen your DigiBros video with you and your brother, and I had heard you say that you weren't that big a fan of Gaunt's content.
You're cutting out still really bad.
I have no idea what you heard him say,
So let's
Jimmy.
play where you said you don't respect Garn's content. Already these sentiments were out there, just more privately.
Yeah, they were out there.
Oh, yeah.
You were also expressing frustration at Jeff Schilling.
See, so the second someone took that clip out of that video and they sent me the upload of it, I was like, well, this is obviously getting sent to Gigig, so I was like, well, I guess that's what happens when you just throw out all these, like the phrase, the specific phrasing, I don't respect his content, is particularly harsh.
It's become kind of a meme. I've heard people
that one sentence. Yeah, that one sentence itself just became.
Yeah, I've heard people say it in other contexts.
Well, I think to be honest, I think that's a perfect phrase to use, though. Like, but
I think that phrase, even before the reason I said it is that I had also understood it as a meme from somewhere. Like, it's a reference to something. I'm not sure what. Yeah. But that exact phrasing is a reference. But it's just the context of like this is off on a on DigiBros, but as soon as it got posted, I was like, well, that's obviously going to Garnt, and who knows what he'll have to say in response, or if he cares, but like it's a consequence of shit talking. But I was prepared for that consequence. I don't know if RC Anime was when he made that podcast.
When people can back up the comments they make behind closed doors, it kind of gives it more of a like authenticity to it. Because even if that was taken to somebody, you could still speak to them about it. But I'm not sure RC Anime could back up his comments if he was under
the funny thing. The funny thing about it is that the only reason that comment specifically is what set me off is that I've never liked RC Anime's videos, and I've always wanted to, because he's one of these guys. There's a lot of anime YouTubers who I follow who I'm not that into, but I kind of think like maybe I'll eventually be into them. Like it seems like RC Anime is approaching things from an analytical lens, something I appreciate, and a lot of people like his videos. They send me his videos all the time. Like, I'm constantly being sent anime analysis videos by everyone, because everyone knows that I like them, so they just message me like everybody's videos all the time. So people are always like, oh, we'll talk about RC Anime. And generally, if you've never heard me promote a channel, it's not because I haven't heard of them. It's because I just don't want to promote them because I don't like their content that much. But I was subbed to him, So for me, it was kind of like when I have this moment of this guy who I had no idea what his opinions of me are at all. I've never heard anyone talk about him or heard him talk about me. And then to hear him make the same snide, baseless remark that so many people have made before. I've heard that exact same thing a million times.
Oh, are you talking about the really shitty? I'm not gonna make 14 videos about the same anime.
The 24 videos about one
to
show.
show us why one anime is bad.
Can I just? Because the thing is, I have friends who people who I talk to, and Gaunt, you know exactly who I'm talking about. But like, I have friends who have levied that I have friends who have levied that same critique. I have friends who have levied that same critique at Digi, and the thing is, I've tried multiple times to explain to them that's not a good critique of his content, because he made ostensibly he made 14 videos about one anime, but it's not really about one anime. He made it's shocking
it's like not
one of those videos is about a. Like, one of those videos is explicitly about a different anime.
Yeah, yeah. The last 2 parts.
Yeah.
I mean, the point of it is that it's an exploration of the genre, and that's clarified pretty early into the videos. And I mean, I understand people like looking at it from a distance and not realize, like, I mean, if you just see 14 parts that they all have the same name, you might think, you might think that, but it's weird that some people won't even like believe you when you tell them otherwise. Like when I talked to Josh from Wave Motion Cannon on his podcast, and he had levied the same criticism, I went onto his podcast and I gave him shit for it, and he like took back what he'd said, but I kept like assuring him that that's not what the series was, and he was like, I don't know, man, it just seems like a lot, and I'm like, no, that's just not like it's outright not that.
Right. You're too much of a dumbass to watch videos, and you would rather just sit in your
The problem is that,
in your fucking spot making memes about shit than actually fucking looking at content. That says a lot more about you than it does about the content creator. It means you're a dickhead and they just like to make videos. That's all it means. That's really all it means.
If you want to give like meaningful criticism on someone, you really have to actually engage their content.
Yeah, it helps.
Yeah.
And I think the problem that you face with that video, Digi, is that or that series, is that the way that it's titled, it seems like you're just doing like a multi-part takedown of the series. Yeah. Like, I mean,
it starts off
when
that
Your
way,
Anime Sucks
sure,
did The Walking Dead, or
right.
like maybe you're doing the fucking Cinema Sins bullshit thing
that's
where you
why
go
they've
by
got
episode by episode.
A lot of them have subtitles though, like, or how to ruin a sci-fi setting, because I wanted parts of it to be watchable standalone. Like parts of it, you don't even have to watch the rest of the show.
The cliche characters
like,
one or the A1 Pictures one, which are pretty much
just
that
one has almost nothing to do with the Asterisk War.
Anime
it's like
analysis.
I think it's just the way it was marketed, and especially with your history of just like doing really long breakdowns of really long video series, like you did one on Sword Art Online, Sword Art Online 2, and also one on Psycho Pass 2 as well. It's just this perception that you just really like talking about, or just talking about and breaking down one single thing. So the perception and the way
which is funny because
here's
Digi dropped a series like that about Evangelion.
Here's another thing I'd like to here's another like statement I'd like to levy. Even if every single solitary second of that video series, all 14 videos, were dedicated to systematically breaking down the Asterisk War, who the fuck is anybody to tell him he's wrong for making that video? If
I don't
people
understand
are
that either. I would love to watch. I'd love to watch 4 hours breaking, like actually just 4 hours breaking down the Asterisk War. I'd be down. I've watched. How many times have I watched the fucking Plinkett reviews? I've watched them all multiple times. So. I'm well down for that kind of shit.
Yeah, it's cause bro, Plinkett makes an hour long, a movie length critique of the Star Wars, and he's a hero. Digi does like multiple episode length critiques of a TV show, and he's like a fucking weirdo who doesn't know when to stop talking about an anime. Fuck the anime community, man. Y'all are some dickheads, like for real. Like.
Well, this is turning into way too much of like blowing smoke up my ass podcast.
Regardless. Like moving on to the other points, Jeff. Continue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So basically, we got 2 people here who Digi talk shit about directly.
Yeah.
And I mean, to be fair, Digi also did give ups to the other 3 people in this podcast. But I would like to go through what you said to Garnt. And then we'll touch on what you said about my content, and then we'll go into, what we've been up to that hasn't involved YouTube drama. Because you may be surprised to learn this stuff doesn't consume our lives.
Well,
usually.
Well, some of us at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Garnt, do you remember exactly what Digi said about your content?
Kind of.
It's like a trial.
I can't remember.
Where did Digi touch you, Garnt? Point us up and down.
Oh, it's cold.
Oh my god. If I remember correctly, Digi criticized my Konosuba video quite extensively, which was fair. I actually had no problems with any of the criticisms Digi had against me or like any other YouTuber for that matter. I actually found it like pretty fucking hilarious, as I'm sure the rest of you did.
I watched it right before work, and it was the greatest thing. It was insane. I couldn't concentrate on anything else doing at work because I was just like, "What is this? What is he doing?"
Was the first time you saw it when I linked it to you? Was that when you first saw it?
I don't remember. I just saw someone linked it to me on Twitter. And
I would assume it was immediately linked to everyone constantly and all day.
I think it must have been.
It was the drunken rant heard across the internet, bro. It was beautiful. Like everyone saw it. Like it's.
This won't help dispel the perception of me as a digi-dick rider, but I legitimately watched that video like 12 times that day. It was the most hilarious thing ever.
Oh my god.
But like none of the criticisms Digi had of my content or my videos was something that I hadn't really thought before, or something I wasn't aware about. As we've said, that Digi's opinions aren't revolutionary or anything. He's just been able to say it out in public. And most of the way it's just like none. Like I understand his criticisms, but you know, I'm still like. I've found my own style and I found my own voice. I'm very, very, very comfortable in that style and the voice that I have. That I'm not really, I'd say, interested, as I said in my reply, to like appeal to, you know, Digi's kind of audience and Digi himself, as I'm sure.
Yeah, you want that casual money, Garn. You want that casual money. You want the fucking Sword Art Online watching money, mother.
Yeah.
No. Continue,
I mean, that's the thing. There's some of the response to my video that is somewhat baffling because it's a video by me, was saying like, Digi, your criticisms aren't very objective of these guys. And I was like, well,
there's that word again.
Yeah, as I'm sure you all know, I'm not a fan of the mere concept of objective criticism, but like that should be obvious. Like that Garnt is even more popular than I am. Like everything I say criticizing his content should be none of it is to say that this is like what everyone should do, because obviously what he's doing is successful and people love it. He's been popular in the anime community for 7 years, probably. How long? Like
Gon's been around since 2008. I remember his first video was a really shitty Bleach review, and I'm never.
Yes, it was really shitty. But I've been on YouTube for 10 years. I've seen this community rise, fall, then rise again.
How long have you been? How long has your channel been like big, like over 100K?
Since I met him, I think 4 years ago.
Like 4 or 5 years ago. Like when did?
Because I mean, when I
Potaku started in 2012, so that's when.
Like when I switched over to doing anime videos, and I looked around like who's doing anime, it was like you and Glass Reflections. Those are the two guys I found. You know, like you've been persistently famous for a long time. Every video you put out's on at the top of the hot page on r/anime. You know, obviously, whatever criticisms I have, you don't have to listen to any of them. You know,
yeah, exactly.
Like none of it needs to be taken into account.
I think that's the thing. I think that's the reason like people view this as drama as opposed to just criticism. Is just you talked about you criticizing my videos as you would criticize like an anime or something, and I think there's this like unwritten perception of like when we're playing the role of a critic, which is when we're criticizing other pieces of anime. But when we're criticizing people in our own fields, it stops being a critic criticizing an artist and an artist criticizing another artist. Because we're both, we both have our own followings. We both have, like, a degree of success in our own fields. So it's no longer... So the people... I think why people are saying, oh, you're not criticizing this objectively, even though you criticize me the same way you criticize any anime, is because of the perception that we're in the same field and there should be some kind of, I guess, mutual respect with how we handle this kind of thing.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny. I think it's I mean, depending on what medium you're looking at, the way that people would perceive this is so different, because like I'm thinking about I was sitting around like thinking, why is this such a big deal specifically in the anime community to react this negatively to me being critical? Like, I'm not surprised that everyone would react. That would happen in any medium. You know, people want to see a drama shit fit. But why specifically are there so many people who are so afraid of it? Because there's tons of comments that have been like, I don't want drama. I don't want the anime community to be like,
they flock to
these
pocket communities for comfort. They don't want to see a guy losing his mind.
Yeah, I think it's
yeah, well,
because-
that's the funny
like,
thing about it is that I think it's
Yeah.
unique to, not unique to, but like it's a consequence of that it's anime fandom, and that anime people going to anime online are mostly looking for camaraderie, I think, and there's not really a culture of this kind of thing as much. Whereas if this was in rap, let's say, and I started beef with every other rapper in the game all at once,
Everybody
I
would
would
be
be a
like,
hero.
yes!
I mean, 40
I think that's really the reason why I view this differently. Because in my opinion, the way what Digi has done, in my opinion, has done nothing wrong. Because if you're on the receiving end of all the banter that he threw at you, if you're, say, RC Anime or Canapa or whatever,
Free publicity. Is that where you're going with this?
Not just free publicity, but now he's pointed out things that probably your fans will never point out because they're lapping your content up. Like every single video you do, oh Canapa, you're great. Like I just dropped the video today, and I'm kind of shaky on how the editing was in the second half. But people have been commenting, telling me that the video is great. It's great, and I'm just like, all right, cool. I guess people don't really notice. But the thing is, unless someone comes to me and tells me that, oh, bro, you need to fix this, you need to do that. Even if they do it in a mean way, in the back of my mind, no matter how many videos I make,
think about it.
I'm gonna think about it. In the back of their minds, from this point on, RC Anime will never get in front of his microphone again and not think about what Digi said.
Yeah, but is that really that good though?
Yes,
because now
yes,
every
wanna know
time he
why?
gets in front of the
why?
mic, he's gonna be thinking, "Oh, is this good enough?"
No, do you want to know? Do you want to know why? Because 4 years ago,
Never be comfortable. I don't want anybody to ever get comfortable because you can't get better if you're comfortable.
I would like to say we do have a rap community of the anime community. It's the fucking shonen community. That's the fucking rap community of the anime community.
Yeah. No, here's the thing though. I will say this is, in my opinion, I don't like to use the word objectively, but objectively this is a good thing. You want to know why? Because 4 years ago, this random nobody on YouTube met one of the biggest YouTubers on the internet, like on anime internet. And that guy told that kid, your editing is garbage. And
you needed him to tell you that?
And what happened?
You needed him to tell you that? And those videos with the sample text, no, really?
Fuck you. Like,
it wasn't hard to.
You couldn't even transition.
Yeah, no, but the thing is, if no one told me that, I would still be making my videos would look like the anime snob right now. If no one told me that, like my videos would still look bad. Like, but Gon told me that, and from that day forward, I've never made a video the same way. And I've continuously tried to get better.
I have to bring this up, especially with you in the call, Jimmy, because you'll appreciate this. I cannot believe that in my fucking vlog, I forgot to levy my one biggest criticism of RC Anime. The thing that has bothered me more than anything else in the world, and it's been eating away at my head for like a whole year. I even had a friend of mine, because I didn't want to start shit with RC Anime before, I didn't comment this on the video, I had a friend do it, but in his video about New York and anime, he uses a song by Kendrick Lamar
that brought my
as
piss to a
background
boil.
music.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've brought this up to me before.
I X'd out of the video. Man.
In a way, right? In a way.
Yeah,
in a way,
it's
like
the biggest LA rapper in the world right now.
Here's the thing.
And he's in a video about New York. And I was like, you couldn't have used fucking
If he really knows his hip hop, that could be a meme, because Kendrick has repeatedly called himself the king of New York, because that's a cultural thing in hip hop that people have like repeatedly
I think it has more to do with the fact that the song came out
was
earlier that week.
Yeah.
Yeah, the song, it was from
Exactly.
Untitled Unmastered. It was the one with CeeLo in it, and it had just come out. So.
And I mean, bro, yeah, I get to RC. I made using hip hop. I made using chill hip hop music in anime videos. Cool. But use your brain about it. It's you gotta be sensible.
Just I couldn't believe that you made a whole video about New York City and it wasn't exclusively New York music. Like that just seems so obvious to me. It's like using the OST of the anime you're showing on screen.
Go find some Aesop Rock or some shit, bro. Like it's not in anyway. That's regardless though. But like Jeff, is there anything else that on the docket?
I would actually like to comment on the whole idea of like critiquing each other to improve.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So So
I'll weigh in on that too.
Yeah, so one of the reasons I made my response videos wasn't to it wasn't to respond to the criticisms made about me, but it's to respond to this whole idea of we should critique each other because that'll get everyone to improve. And the thing is, that can be like good and bad, because the reason I wanted to throw something against it was because I've seen like communities that have just basically become stale because they've just become a criticism community. And for my example, I'm not going to use the anime community directly, but since I've been around so long,
I think I know who you're talking about, but continue.
No, the community that I think has fallen for this because of this is the abridging community. Now, the abridging community started off as this place where it was just a fun community to do stupid videos. And then they even had a fucking forum, which we don't have. We don't have like a forum or central place to...
we have Jimmy's Discord.
We have Jimmy's Discord, and that's basically
Which none of you posting.
I'll
none
come
of
back,
you posting.
actually.
But okay.
When I'm done making vids.
But what...
I when there's less titties in the chat, I'll come in.
What happened in that community was that people just started critiquing each other. People started critiquing each other on like their writing style, their comedy style, even though we know that comedy is a very, very subjective thing. And you'd see what happened is the community kind of changed to become this all one style encompassing all writing with the bigger abridgers, and the level of entry for any new abridger became ridiculously high because they get judged immediately, they get put down under the guise that, hey, we're just trying to improve your stuff. And any kind of individuality kind of just became a bit stale, and the community kind of just slowly like fizzled out. It's not completely died now thanks to Team 4-Star and whatever, but it's a shadow.
I mean, TFS is trying to like revive it with stuff like the Abridgethon too.
Yeah. You mean Tiba? Like that whole that Tiba thing. Well, I mean, look, here's the thing though. Like, one channel doesn't make a community, and there was a long time when. Back around, I think, late 2014, the only notable anime YouTuber around was Glass Reflections, and everyone was kind of like, a lot of people were still making videos, like people were like underground. Digi was still breaking in, but people hadn't really caught on to him yet. But like the only person people really knew around that point was Tristan, and the anime community was fucking stale.
Yeah, I kind of think that the community's in like a better place than it's ever been.
I think the community is
even before that.
This is the best the anime community has been. This is the best.
Jimmy, I agree with that. I just want to address back then, like even before Tristan was the only guy in town, there was the Desu Des Brigade, and the D2 Brigade was basically all the same style of video.
And then J.O. came in and completely co-opted the Tig with Tig style of video, and that
and well, I mean, that's the thing, because J.O. was still sort of in that style of video. Like, she threw in some sketches, he threw in some sketches, but J.O. revolutionized or didn't but J.O. sort of lit a fire under the asses of other people who were making content to improve. And for a while, early Glass Reflections was basically just J.O. Light.
Yeah, J.O. Light. I remember finding Tristan through the Romeo X Juliet review. I remember that distinctly being the first time I ever saw Tristan. He did a collaboration with J.O. And I went and looked at his channel or on his thing on Desu Des Brigade, because he wasn't. People were. This was mind you guys, this was early 2010s. People were still afraid of YouTube. People were oh, I don't want my videos to be taken down off YouTube. And so they were propping up their individual sites all over the place. If you had your own site, you were the biggest, coolest dude. But then Tig with Tig was still the biggest one that everyone always.
Oh man. Oh, we don't want to get screwed over by YouTube. Let's go with Blip.
Yeah.
I
think it's not.
I don't know how much you guys.
It's not far.
I don't know how. Sorry, I don't know how much you guys know about the fallout that happened when
Blip shut down.
Blip pulled the rug. Like, Blip pulled the rug out is the thing.
Yeah.
They were originally okay, so this is kind of like way back when Inside Baseball, but I used to work for that guy with the glasses.
Wait, what?
Not making videos, but I used my first video game journalism gig that was really substantial was for Blistered Thumbs.
Wait, what year is this?
That guy with the glasses. This was 2012.
Just before the ethics of video game journalists were compromised.
No, that was 2 years ago. But no, so this was 2012. It had its own drama. There was this thing where Angry Joe interviewed Jeff Keighley. There was a whole bunch of shit that went down around this website. But it was a bunch of well-liked video personalities coming together and joining that video content with blogging content. And there is no reason that website shouldn't have taken off, except for three big factors. It had good management in Angry Joe. He was a very hardworking boss. He had a good vision for the channel, but it had high up interference from Mike Michaud, who, if you don't know, is the big dick who sort of runs the show at Tigwatig, sort of behind the scenes.
I thought it was Doug Walker who.
No. Doug Walker is a content producer, and his brother Rob. They get to make their own decisions, but Mike Michaud was doing management and stuff.
So he was the Suge Knight. He was the Suge Knight of Tigwatig. Okay,
yeah, I wasn't up in the management level, so I can't say exactly what happened, but I do know that Mike Michaud and some of the other higher ups made some questionable decisions regarding the direction that Blistered Thumb should take. And then the big thing was that they had such a good relationship with Blip that they contracted Blip to build a website for them.
Oh, no.
And then Blip changed hands, and the whole thing imploded.
Oh boy.
The whole thing imploded, and that's why. So, I just laugh when people are like, "Oh, I can't trust YouTube."
I remember I started around 2013, and that was the tipping point for Blip. That was right around, and I was always wondering, should I upload to Blip? Should I also do YouTube and Blip? I was like, nah, I'll just stick on YouTube, because I remember around 2012, the summer of 2012 was a really big time for the anime community, because that was Gaunt really triggered the exodus back to exodus from other places back to YouTube.
I will say that I think a big reason to why I gained so much popularity initially was because I had no fucking competition on YouTube.
Here's the thing.
And that's when I exploded.
Around 2010, 2011, 2012, everyone left YouTube because they followed that guy with the glasses example, and they were like, okay, we're gonna make videos everywhere else. But then Gaunt, fucking some random British dude.
They picked the absolute worst moment to do it, because that's right before YouTube explodes by changing the site design, and subscriptions become easier, and everyone's channel gains 30,000 subs in a day.
Exactly.
And YouTube becomes the definitive best video site on the internet.
I don't think people understand this. If they are watching videos on the internet now. Back before 2012, you could have gone many different places for content on everything.
Oh yeah, there was competition at one point.
There was Normal Boots. There was Tigwatig. There was fucking.
In fact, you would have viewed as you've made it, you've become popular if you didn't have to go on YouTube. That's the signal. Yeah. That was the signal to say, "Hey, I've made something of myself. That I don't have to
let me actually think of it this way. Let's use cable companies as an example. public access was YouTube. Anyone can get a show on public access. But to get on a major network, to get on like TBS, or to get on like Cartoon Network or something, to get on an actual network, that would have been like getting on Tig with Tig or getting on The Escapist. Because I remember like YouTube is where loads of people got their starts. That guy with the glasses, Doug Walker got his start on YouTube. Fucking Zero Punctuation got his start on YouTube. Loads of people did get their start on YouTube, and then they graduated to other places. So like,
but it's kind of funny because like a lot of those people never grew past where they were because they hopped on with these sort of conglomerates of video stuff. And like, I mean, if you think about like anime video content, fucking Bennett the Sage has been around forever. And he's still at around 50 ,000 subscribers, and that's not to throw shade at the guy.
Yeah, fun fact about Bennett the Sage. Fun fact to Bennett the Sage. This is a quick off tangent story, and this has to do with Gon. I remember watching this video of Gon at Alcon, and he was.
You told me this story before.
He was at a panel. He was at a panel with Bennett the Sage, like showcasing his video about the end of Evangelion, and it's a really bad video. Don't watch it. But Gon's expression, if they panned the camera over to Gon. If you see his expression, he looked like a dead man. Like it was the most funny shit ever. He was so pissed off. I was like, God, you must have wanted. Why didn't you just leave, man? Why didn't you just walk out?
Because all the people I was hanging out was in there. But it was just like I was just watching it, and it was just like, oh my god, how can anyone find this video funny? Because people were laughing, and I was just like, oh my god.
That's an experience that you're gonna have at anything that like your tastes don't line up with the audience. I mean, I was at Sword Art Online Ordinal Scale like in theaters like 2 days ago, and people
laughed
kind of
at all
funny
the jokes in the movie.
The film had
But
some-
people-
Embarrassing.
But you know what was really funny? Just as many people laughed at the moments that were supposed to be dramatic and sucked.
Oh my gosh!
Oh
really?
my god.
So it was like this mix of like them actually laughing
surrounded
at the
by
jokes.
these
And I
very
was like,
sincere
man,
fans who were trying to enjoy that movie.
I think in wrestling we call that a stacked crowd. When there's people who like the heels and there's people who like the faces.
Yeah. At
So
my
like,
showing, At my showing,
Yeah.
it was mostly just me and my brother and his girlfriend who were the definitive heels of the audience, literally shit-talking the entire time and
my
recording.
So that
it.
moment,
Wait, were you allowed to
that
record it? Or was
that
the
moment
secret?
when
I've got so
that
much
moment when-
bootlegged fucking footage from that movie.
is that how you're gonna make your video? With
oh my god!
oh god damn it. Okay, well if you can send me some of that, I need some.
Wow, we're trading bootleg footage of Osora Online Audio
I mean,
Scale.
Canepa had like a 10-minute preview video of like the first 10 minutes of the video, so I'm gonna build a lot of my video off of that. But like,
Also, one
Fuck,
thing
man.
that like Digi
but-
emphatically disagreed with in Gigak's video was the idea that that the videos kind of stayed in the same place for a long time, like since the olden days. Like that was the one thing that he seemed to like really disagree with. I kind of want to see reconciled.
Wait, what do you? Which
that
thing?
that
What?
your
had
videos
said
had
that
you
you
progressed
Gigak's-
a lot.
Gigak's response that
in 4 years.
you haven't changed.
Yeah, that you kind of
that I haven't
stagnated.
changed.
That's a good one.
Well, the thing is, and I don't. This will sound conceited, but I just don't have the impression Gigak had watched a whole lot of my videos, so that's why I was kind of like, but like,
I mean,
on what basis were you saying that? Is what I was
of
wondering.
of all the people in this call, I think I know Gaunt the best, and I'm not sure he's seen that many of your videos. Have you?
Keep cutting
Yeah,
out, Jimmy. It's so
sorry.
hard to.
Yeah, Jimmy's cutting out like crazy. Like the people at home can hear him.
Yeah.
But
Okay, well, I have seen a lot of the more shorter videos, not any of your kind of long form or multi-part series, but a lot of your shorter, more digestible videos I have seen. And I guess that's where I base most of my impressions of, because out of that content, it's not like I don't see you doing anything too differently, whether it be in presentation or in particularly writing style. From what
I mean, for me, for me, mixing it up is less about changing the like overall style of the presentation and more changing the subject matters. Where my videos like sometimes I'm putting out like this is an analysis of a show, and I'll do that in one way and then do it in a very different way, and then the next video is like this is a broad general concept, or this is a very specific thing from a show, or this is so I don't think any of my videos really have the same approach as one another. Like the writing style is consistent and the editing style is pretty consistent, but the actual approach of talking about a show is almost always totally different. And that's the main thing I sort of look for. And like, and that's
I think
ahead.
to put it another way, just to put it as I understand it, Digi, you're very much like a guy who cares about ideas first and like a little bit structure. Structure is important to you, but like your main thing is am I bringing a new idea to the table?
Yes, that is very much what I value more than anything in my videos, is that it's something that hasn't really been said before, or that only I could have said, which can just mean, I mean, that could just mean a normal review of a show, if it just so happens that my stance on it is something I haven't seen represented, or that wouldn't be like, for instance, my girlish number video that I keep saying is one of my favorites I've done in a long time, because it's just a 24-minute analysis of the show, but it's very uniquely from the perspective of a YouTuber, and like, why does this resonate with me specifically as someone who has made a career out of shitting on light novel adaptations, which the whole show is dedicated to doing, and as someone who works in a creative industry that I have a lot of problems with, or that I think has that is a very cynical industry, you know.
I've got
and
my
so
own
like
comment, which takes
no
like a
one
completely
else
different angle. So
yeah, no one else really could have reviewed the show that way unless they were like in the exact same position I was in, which nobody really is, you know. So like in that case, that's more what I'm going for. It's not about having like the most like presenting the video in a distinctive way, as it is just having a distinct opinion that nobody else could have, you know.
Yeah, I think that's what I was. I think that comes back to like Digi obviously doesn't make videos to appease people like me, because when I look for progression, like in my opinion, Digi's always been good at coming up with like new fresh ideas and like presenting them. But like in terms of like the presentation and the writing, to me, which is what I look for when in progression for YouTube videos, that hasn't really changed. So that's where that comment really stemmed from.
I mean, if you were to watch one of my videos from 2014,
I think
now,
as the guy that's been following Digi for the longest out of everybody here,
I mean, just the addition of a beard to your face has helped a lot.
let me say,
like,
as the guy that's been watching Digibro content for the longest time, things have changed massively. Yeah. Like I think stuff like the aesthetic is narrative, or any of the cool character design videos, like.
Aesthetic is narrative is a totally out there video. Like that one stands out.
I don't know how anybody could watch that and think, this is standard Digibro.
That aesthetic is narrative video, right? Is like it kind of annoys me, because that's a point I was trying to make a long time ago, and I had written a script about it, but it was called Style is Substance, but like yeah,
same,
but like
thing.
Yeah, it was the same thing. But when I saw the video, I was just like, "Fuck, this is something I would like." I think the reason I really like Digi is because when I first started doing YouTube, there was nobody like you. There was also nobody like me. So everyone was trying to do anime reviews, and anime reviews were the bread and butter. And people constantly told me, "Jimmy, you're not gonna do it. You're not gonna get anywhere in this community if you're not gonna do anime reviews." And I was like, "Fucking watch me, like seriously." And then you come along. And you blow the gasket off of that, and you're like, "All right, cool." Then, because
nothing in the world I think is more boring than anime reviews.
Yeah,
that's
like,
why.
because when you came, you were just like, "Okay." Now, when I saw you succeed doing stuff that weren't anime reviews, I was like, "Cool, finally, I'm vindicated. I can continue making videos. Like, I can continue."
You know, it's funny that you say that, Jimmy. That you say that, like, at one point. It was anime reviews of the highway, because by the time I started my channel, the one thing that I was sure I couldn't do was do anime reviews, because like, who the fuck is gonna listen to my opinion, right? I think that this is the problem that a lot of the smaller anime YouTubers who wanna break into the mainstream face, is that. For me, writing reviews is something interesting to do, and I spent a lot of time trying to make really, really good critical reviews of video games for a website that just kind of wasn't the right place for that. And I still enjoy writing long-form reviews, but when I came to YouTube, I was like, I saw that people had already had Arcata, people already had other, like, everybody had, like, somebody they were already listening to. So why would they listen to me? And I decided that I had to do something different.
That's exactly the place I was at when I started making videos. And, like, I remember my friend Holden Reviews, who is, like, you know, he used to be fairly prominent in the anime review scene. Like, he told me that the only thing people are going to click on is reviews because no other content is marketable, and I just thought that was fucking bonkers. And now when I see anime review, it kind of put, like, it's like PTSD.
At least that specific kind of review where it's like where they'll play the opening theme before the video begins, and
the 5 point breakdown.
Back those videos.
I mean, there's
characters.
They want you to click. They want you to click on the video
enjoyment,
because you're a fan of the show. So the appeal of the video is the show, not really you. You know, that's what's really changed in the anime community recently. I noticed.
One more thing though, if you are an up-and-coming YouTuber and you have taken it upon yourself to make an anime review, and you have a section called you have a section for your scoring called an enjoyment score, quit right now.
Jeez. Get out of here.
Go away. Get out. Right now.
Section.
Leave immediately.
So here's just an important point. If you are doing reviews, the more points of delineation there are on your score, the worse it is.
Exactly.
Like I like the letter grade system. I like what I've got, which is like a star system where every level of star is like, I recommend this a lot, to I recommend this so much that I'm starting a cult for it, and if I don't recommend it, I just don't give it a score.
I've always been against numbers. I've always been against numbers because, in my opinion, like, what's the point of a number when you could assess whether or not I liked the show or didn't like it based on the words I said? Words are always more important than numbers when it comes to writing.
Well, I think the numbers are important because of sort of the secondary purpose that a review serves. Because the first purpose is obviously to offer criticism and say something interesting about what you're talking about.
Is the second purpose?
No, the second purpose is helping people, like helping your user base prioritize what they should experience next.
Yeah,
but
like this is really like an important function, is that there are so many fucking anime out there. There are so many fucking video games out there, and not everybody can make it their job like we can to experience all of that. Right. So it is genuinely helpful to have, like, okay, this is a 4-star, this is a 3-star, and they're both in the same genre that I'm interested in. So maybe because I trust this guy's opinion, I'll check out the 4-star before I check out the 3-star.
But then you come to weird situations where, sorry to pick on Tristan, he's a former podcast mate of mine, and I'm cool with the guy. But then you come to points where you got Tristan giving Samurai Champloo like a 6.9 and Sword Art Online a 7.5. And regardless of what you think of both shows, like, there's something wrong in the water.
Yeah, something went horribly wrong.
I think that the number, like the 100-point scale, is bad. I think anything
I'm
more
fine
than
with numbers. I just think that they have to be consistent and well understood by whoever's viewing them. Like, because the only point of a number, and really, like, to me, you should never be looking at a review in a vacuum. Like, there's no... If you just see a review and it's got a score, then you know nothing about the guy who wrote the review. Yeah. Like, the only way you can really understand a score is if you know everything about that guy's taste. And if you go through... Like, I have scores for everything that I've watched in the last 4 years on my Anime List account, and if you go through those scores, you can get a picture of, like, who this guy is by comparing them all to each other. If you just see in isolation, like, Psycho Pass 10 out of 10, it means nothing. But if you see it next to, you know, Ghost in the Shell 10 out of 10, 10, and then Gurren Lagann 10 out of 10. Like you get the sense of like, why did I think it was a 10? Like what elements do all these shows have in common? Well, that's probably why he likes it, you know. And so I do think it can be helpful to, if you know me well enough, if you're someone who, like, let's say you watch a lot of my videos and you always agree with me, and then I give a show a 10, you know you should watch that show.
So in other words,
you know?
a review is about conveyance. Like when someone approaches a show like a scientist and trying to like weigh the sum of its parts and then coming up with this score, it's kind of dishonest. You know, scores should be honest. If you're giving a show that you dislike a decent score, then something went wrong.
The only way I can relate to your score is if I can relate to you. And, like, I mean, there's some critics who think that they are being objective and aren't, but are still worth, like, still understand. Like, Your Movie Sucks, for instance. He gives scores to everything, and the only reason, like, he frames it as though he's giving it an objective score, but the only reason his scores mean anything to me is because I've seen, like, all of his videos. I know exactly what he looks for and what he hates, and so when he gives, like, Civil War a 7, I don't take that as objectively Civil War is a 7, but I totally get why he gave it that score. You know, I know enough about
I know
why, you know?
Once you watch enough of his videos, it's kind of funny. When I first discovered Your Movie Sucks, it was just after he put out his quickie on Frozen.
Yeah.
And I was like, 6 out of 10. What the hell? Because I like the movie. I didn't think it was a great movie, but like, I figured it was a 7 or an 8. But then I watched more and more of his videos, and at this point, by the time he's at the end of a quickie, I'm like, this is a 7 out of 10.
Yeah.
And I get it right every time. Because, because it's his taste. But anyway, we're getting very off topic here.
Regardless, it's 2017. Anyone making a 2013 style review is dead in the water anyway, so I don't even get why we're talking about reviews.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Like...
thing is, I'm so happy reviews are dead. I'm so happy. Like, it's the best thing that's happened to the anime community. I'm so happy.
I'm not necessarily happy that reviews are dead. I'm not sure. I'm not sure when Jimmy's stopping talking or he's just cutting out.
Continue.
But yeah, I'm like, I don't know if I'm happy reviews are dead, but like, because I feel like one of the comments I got a lot when I was a game journalist is people saying like, oh, I can just watch Let's Plays and get an idea of if I'll like the game or not. And I think that's
a disgrace to the industry.
Wrong for the same reason. It's wrong that you could say, oh, I could just watch a trailer for a movie and get an idea of if I'd like that movie or not.
Here's how I would say. Okay, continue.
So what So one of the points that I tried to hit with What's in an OP when I created that, like at first I really just wanted to talk about the openings of anime, but as I like started rolling into the series, what I realized is that I can use the opening theme song of an anime as an excuse to talk about basically whatever I find relevant about that show, and encapsulate that in a way that's not just like interesting and unique to somebody who's watched the show and is looking for more content about it, but is also accessible because it's such a short form piece of content to somebody who hasn't seen the show, or maybe even somebody who's not that interested in anime.
And the thing is,
and I've got a lot of...
And like, you found a great way to talk about it because people aren't going to be worried about spoilers because you can't get spoiled from an opening.
I can't hear Jimmy.
No, sorry.
It's making me really sad.
Sorry, no. Okay, I said you picked a great way to talk about it because... because like... You don't have to worry about spoilers because you can't get spoiled by an opening.
Yeah, it doubles as like a recommendation series.
I mean, you absolutely can get spoiled by an opening.
In some situations.
No. Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei, you watch that OP and you think about it for like 20 seconds and it spoils the whole thing. But nobody gets that for 10 years.
I mean, same thing with Madoka. Same thing with Madoka. If you think about it, like if you kind of think about the Madoka opening, it's the same thing that happens. But yeah, like almost Shaft does that. That's Shaft's thing. They just like to be that way. But yeah,
Shaft likes to wave it in your face. I really need to do some Shaft OPs. Oh, I never done a Shaft OP.
Huh? Studios are dead.
Oh, studios are dead. Yeah, studios don't matter. It's all about the animators.
Dude's memeing on us.
It's all about the animators.
He's memeing on us.
Why you guys talking about studios? Studios don't matter. It's all about the animators, guys.
I gotta find somebody to have that debate with.
Canapa
won't have it with
let's
me.
break-
so.
let's break down
Clearly,
the-
that's
let's
his,
break
that's
down
his
the brilliant
platform, so
animation.
we'll let him tackle that when he
Yeah.
feels comfortable. When he's
Guys,
when he's
he
got
won't
all of his
do it.
prep
He won't
together.
do it.
He's using the Clegg excuse,
won't-
you know.
No, he says it. He says he needs
Yeah,
to
he
do a
hasn't
lot of
gotten to
research
sleep
for
yet.
it.
Well, if
I
he
don't
has
know,
to do so
it's-
much research, then why is he raising that point in the first place? Why is he criticizing everybody else for saying the studio's
I-
No,
I-
Digi, I've got the answer. Shh, guys, are you hearing? Because he's a fuckhead. That's why.
Don't, guys,
These
don't be
opinions
mean-
do not
don't be
represent
mean
the
to
substance
Canapa.
of the brand.
We're not here to start more drama.
We're not
On
here
top
to
of
start more
drama,
drama.
we-
Oh,
Exactly.
no. The thing is, it's not really drama. He already knows how I feel
It's not
about
drama.
this regardless. It's not drama.
It's absolutely
It's
true.
not drama.
Anyway, the point that you
I
guys
mean-
were kind of building up to there was that a review, no matter how complete you think that review is never going to say everything there is to say about the show. And that's something I've just had to kind of accept with
yeah.
time. Even if you think it's the
I would agree to
greatest,
that.
most
Yeah.
conclusive review ever, like Nate's Gurren Lagann review, you can still talk about the character designs for 20 minutes. You know?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's in
No,
fact
exactly.
That was when Nate made that video. That was why the cool character designs Gurren Lagann video I did was planned that day that Nate put out that video, and I went, "Oh, thank God he didn't talk about the aesthetics, because now I never have to talk about any other aspect of Gurren Lagann. I can just focus on doing the character designs."
You can always do that for a show.
Yeah,
Like,
no.
you spoke about Gaulish Number for 25 minutes, and I was like so thankful that you didn't say any of the things that I wanted to say about it. Or I could riff on Lucky
here's the
Star
other thing about
videos for the rest of
reviews.
my life. It can be done.
I mean, here's the thing. Jimmy and Super Eye Patch Wolf have both put out videos about fight scenes in anime.
His
and
is
I'm
great.
gearing.
His is great.
Yeah, and he just put out one
And
about
I'm
character
gearing up to
designs
do
as
my
well
own
that was
thing.
completely removed from anything that Digi said.
And it was also
Yeah, and
removed-
it's
no, I
funny
mean-
too because he just I haven't watched that video yet. I haven't had the chance, but I was going to make a video with that exact title. Like I had conceptualized it, but I didn't end up writing it, and then he made it, and I was like, well, that's another one I don't have to do, I guess. You know, that's the most
No, but,
gratifying feeling in
yeah,
the world for me.
the
Is
thing
someone
about
doing
reviews- the thing
something and I
about
don't have
reviews-
to.
The thing about reviews, and like this is my last word on it. The reason I don't think reviews are that necessary, and I don't think reviews or like scores are that necessary, like not necessarily not reviews, but like if you want a way to gauge whether or not shows are worth your time, kind of just engage with the community, engage with what people are talking. Like if you are in any way, shape, or form involved in anime in any way, shape, or form, if you're on Twitter, if you're on Reddit, if you're on 4chan, anywhere, you'll see what people are talking about.
Right.
And then that could give you an idea of what to like check out. And I know that way you're only
Yeah, but
gonna
I
be
mean-
finding shows that are like popular. But then
But some people don't want to drop into the community. Some people just want to follow a couple people whose opinions they care about and be like, oh, okay, maybe I should check this out before this thing. Which is very unfortunate if you follow somebody like Jim Sterling, who's wrong about Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild.
What did he say?
But
7 out of 10.
What did Jim Sterling do?
I've been avoiding Jim.
he gave it a
Breath of the
7 out of
Wild
10.
reviews.
And then
Let's hold it.
he got his site DDoS'd, which is fucking crazy. But that's a whole other can of worms.
Are we done with the?
I just think his review's wrong. I'm not.
Oh
No, we're
not
not.
done.
Because I mean, we're done with Digi and Garnt. But I just want to branch into talking about what Digi has to say
that's what
about
I'm
my
saying.
content. Which is
shillery,
So Digi touched me on the doll in 3 different places.
Oh, he's got jokes.
So Digi had like 3 different points about my content that he made. One of which I think is somewhat valid, and 2 of which were kind of weird. I'll start with I think the last point he made, which is saying that I'm doing the MatPat type thing, where all of my content's over 15 minutes because I'm trying to game YouTube's system. I mean, yes, it is helpful to have longer content, but knowing that has just stopped me from cutting points that I want to make. Like I've just written longer scripts. Right. And if you look at the scripts, the amount of information I'm conveying per minute, I think is still the same as it was back when I was limiting myself to 10 minutes of video. Sometimes I have more space to expand on points. And sometimes videos get longer than I think they should be because the audio editing isn't as tight as I'd want it to be. But that's a whole other can of fish. My main point about this, though, is that back when we first started talking, Digi,
Yeah.
when we first started talking, I remember distinctly you saying that you only ever wanted to see long-form content on YouTube, and that you'd be happy if all of my videos were 40-plus minutes long.
Well, it's that
You fucking hypocrite!
I just don't think your videos are very concise. And there's a lot of... I always feel like there's a few minutes of lead in and a few minutes of lead out. Like, you've got some of the longest end cards on anybody's videos. And, like...
I mean, they're shorter now. They're shorter now because they have to be.
Oh, yeah.
I
because of
got fucked
Yeah,
by that
you
too.
just got a whole back
I-
end of your video, which is nothing, Jimmy. What's going on there?
Yeah, no, you have to wait. You have to wait for a few minutes. Then
Wait
the
till the
end
very
card
last
shows.
15 fucking seconds. Yeah.
Fuck YouTube.
And
man.
thankfully, I've got somebody making a theme song for me, so I'll just be able to plug that at the end of videos and not have to worry about fucking end cards anymore. I'm sick, but I mean, like, I guess there is a lot of lead out on my videos, but I think I get into the point of what I'm talking about pretty quickly.
I mean, like with your Rakugo Shinju review, there's like... There's a couple minutes of buttering up on this idea of, like, what's the best anime of 2016, which is obviously, you know, like, I thought the thumbnail already did a good job of that, like... It's a trickery to get people to click on a video about Rakugo Shinju, which I completely appreciate. I would do the same thing. And then, but then you kind of have, like a couple minutes of just bragging about how good the show is, essentially, before you start taking apart what's so good about it. And I just thought, why did we need all this? Why did we need the buttering up here? You know,
in that video specifically, because a lot of people haven't watched it, and I want to give like the cliff notes. Before I get into the in-depth talk about what makes the show good that could potentially spoil some stuff for people, I want to give the cliff notes. Here's why you should watch this fucking show. Go watch this fucking show. Jesus Christ, watch this show.
it's quite emphatic.
Yeah. Yes, it is quite emphatic because it's one of my favorite anime of all time. You know, and I just want more people to watch it. And thankfully, the MAL stats for that show have shot up to near 100,000 after I made that video. So I feel like I've made a good impact.
I think that
on
video
it.
did. Yeah, I mean, the most genius thing about that video was the title and thumbnail. That was like, that was ace in the whole fucking job of getting people to watch
the both of you kind of killed the idea that the show's even
2016.
obscure. Like, when it first started airing, it really was something nobody was talking about. But now I see it everywhere, all the time. Everybody's seen it.
Well, now it's the show that everybody talks about, nobody
no.
talking
Like,
about it.
I actually have started to think this. Does the anime YouTube community have a hand in directing the viewing tastes of the public?
Absolutely.
Do we really?
Absolutely, of course we do.
Like,
of course we do.
K-On!, for
Ask
example.
Lachlan. He just made like 5 videos about that.
Let's talk about
Yeah,
Sword Art
SAO.
Online.
I think the best case studies for that are SAO, Gurren Lagann, and K-On!. Because in Gurren Lagann, the second anyone poses a single criticism to like Nate's video, and then it's over. And then we're not talking about it anymore. And
Yeah, no, because Gurren.
I think
Baccano is the old school example, right?
Yeah, Baccano's if Gaunt never made that Baccano review, I really don't think Baccano would even have a light novel right now. And I know that's crazy to like say, but think about it. Like the fact that so many
How many
people
views did that
got
video
into
get?
Baccano, quite a bit.
That was ages.
I mean, I got into
it wasn't just Gaunt.
Baccano.
J.O. made a Baccano review too, so that
Yeah, J.O.'s video was what got me, like... J.O., I watched a lot of stuff that I wouldn't have watched because J.O. talked about it, and
I saw Magic Knight Ray because of her. Like,
you know, it's kind of funny.
I watched Baccano the day it came out. You fucking plebs.
Of course.
well, sorry,
Yeah,
did you?
well,
We're not all you're old like you.
We're not all
Goddamn.
old. Is that what you were trying to say before you got cut off?
Yeah, we're not all old.
I
like
had
you.
this... I had this weird, like, falling out with anime when I was, like, in the end of high school just because I didn't have time to watch it, and streams were still shit, and my I couldn't torrent stuff on my shitty internet connection that I had at home. But like watching Jo kind of got me back into watching anime a little bit. And it's funny because the initial reason that I wanted to talk about anime openings in depth like that was because of Jo's videos about it was because of her videos about the top 10 anime openings of the year.
She still makes
and she
those.
barely touched.
I mean, he still makes those.
She only talks, he only talks about movies, right? Jacob only talks about movies. Or not, sorry, music. Why did I say movies? Music. He only talks about the music in the openings, because that's what he cares about. And I was like, okay, well, I care about the filmmaking in here, and maybe I can bring something different to the table. And that, like, the other thing about those top 10 openings of the year lists was I would, like, list down all of the stuff that had come out that year
I love that
Jo talked about in that video, and then I'd make a fucking effort to watch those shows. So to answer your question, anime YouTube definitely does have an effect on the show's reputation. Like if you've Digi killed Sword Art Online, as we all know, statistically proven. There are reports. I don't know if he killed Sword Art. I don't know if he killed Sword Art Online because the corpse keeps moving and I keep poking it.
And then there's K-On!, which for a long time legitimately was everyone's toilet paper. But then the second he implied that maybe people should watch it, it's a show that everybody felt the need to talk about. And now everybody's talking about it in a way that's very clearly inspired by the things he said.
Yeah, because it's so crazy. Like being in the community for so long really does, like, seeing how people's opinions on shows change and shift over time is so amusing. Because I remember watching Gaunt talk about like K-On!, and I remember my early videos. I was shit talking K-On!
Phooey.
Too. And then like some of us actually decided to go fucking watch the show, and we learned, hey, maybe this Moe stuff isn't. I think that's the reason why like there's like the whole contingent of people who are Moe bashers. They're still living in 2013. They still haven't caught up with the idea that, hey guys,
they're just irrelevant now.
Yeah, hey guys, maybe you should kind of watch some of this quote unquote Moe crap that you guys.
Well, I don't blame people for not wanting to watch it. I just blame them for talking about it when they haven't. Yeah, like if it's not your genre, then just don't talk about it.
My first interaction with Digi.
Oh yeah, I specifically remember that comment.
I made an offhand comment about K-On! While talking about JoJo.
No, you were talking about Hibike.
And right, I was talking about Hibike. That's right, and in my season recap, and Digi like came on. He's like,
mansplained for a few lines.
He got his mansplaining out.
He auto-splained, otaku-splained right there. That's
yeah. So if you're an anime YouTuber and you're just coming up, take as many left turns as possible. If you really want to have an influence and have make a difference, because like Digi said at one point, if some analytical guy showed up and said all the things that were great about Sword Art Online, he'd immediately boom.
Yeah, well, if it was someone, if it was someone like, I mean, people will say things like, people always say you're bashing on Sword Art Online for the views, and I said no. Putting Sword Art Online in the title is how you get the views. It doesn't matter what stance you take. Obviously, if you come out with a video called Sword Art Online is amazing and you have no subscribers and you're not good, then no one's going to care. But like, if you were just like a normal.
I've kind of been like wondering if I should go back and watch Sword Art Online again and
you'll kill yourself before.
Watch Sword Art Online again and try and see whether or not I'll.
So my videos kind of prove that thesis. In that, I mean, they're somewhat down on the series, but they take a largely neutral stance towards the series, and my comments speak to that fact. Where I have fans of SAO who are thanking me
because you've never seen Sword Art Online.
I went down the perfect middle.
I've never watched Sword Art Online.
Lachlan, have you never seen Sword Art Online?
I have over 200,000 views talking about Sword Art Online.
How much of Sword Art Online lines your pockets?
Sword Art Online.
The show has lined your pockets, and you don't even have the grace to watch it. No, the dignity.
I've been meaning to put together an image map called a visual guide to why we will never shut up about Sword Art Online. Go to literally any anime YouTuber's channel and sort by most popular, and Sword Art Online is in the top row.
Oh
Garnt,
my gosh.
Mother's Basement's top 4 fucking
By far my most
Subsonic
popular.
Sparkle's biggest video.
My top 3, actually.
Yeah. Nino, do you have? You don't
yeah,
have any Sword Art Online.
But soon to
the thing is, right, the reason I haven't made a Sword Art Online video is because, like, at first it was because when I first watched it, I was really ambivalent on it. Then I saw a bunch of Draconis. Then here's the thing: before you came,
He
along,
showed up. He showed up in my comments.
Holy fucking shit.
Like, let me tell you something. But before you came along, Digi, and made that video, as like Lachlan said, everyone was lukewarm on Sword Art Online, and I didn't really care about it, so I really felt no reason to talk about it. So, and I didn't know it was a gold mine. If I had known it was a gold mine, I would have made a video way back.
I mean,
Nobody did because everyone was looking at Shonen Jump for the next big thing.
Yeah,
and it was just like no one was looking at Sword Art Online.
See-
we were just like, this is just gonna pass in the wind, and that's gonna be it. And it just
See,
kept
the thing-
fucking growing.
like
I wish I had a YouTube channel back when Sword Art Online like was first coming out, because I got fucking lit about the end of that show and how bad it was, and I almost like if I had a YouTube channel at that time, I would have been saying similar stuff to what Digi ended up saying.
I didn't know anything about this Draconis March guy, but he shows up in my comments on my SEO video and says that he invented the concept of criticizing Sword Art Online, and
you know, here's the thing. Okay, I think Gant and I are the only ones who were around back when Draconis March was semi-relevant.
Draconis March is like the anime snob 1.0.
Like, here's how I like to phrase it. If the anime community is an anime, Draconis March was the season 1 villain. Like, he was the villain of season 1. Like,
He's still
right
in videos. Do you know?
What?
There's a guy called Cyanide Blizzard who does like first impression videos on seasonal anime, and his co-host is Draconis March.
Oh,
And like Cyanide's the good guy to Draconis March, just being this out of touch person who hates everything.
Oh, okay. So
what you're saying is basically if the anime community is Yu-Gi-Oh, then Draconis March is season 1 green-haired Kaiba.
yes, absolutely. And the anime snob is that weird dude who threw away the cards of Exodia. The anime snob is that weird dude who threw, like, that bug dude who threw Exodia over
Weevil
the
Underwood. He's Weevil fucking Underwood.
He's Weevil.
He's Weevil Underwood.
He's that motherfucker. That's who the anime snob.
And then that punk bitch motherfucker RC anime is Rex Raptor.
Oh my god. Oh, okay. No, but for real though, like back then though, Draconis.
I love how willing everybody in here is to shit on RC anime. No one even seems to care.
I'm the
I'm
only
not
one
even.
who's kind of.
I just like the term punk bitch
I was doing
motherfucker. I like
impressions of RC
saying it.
anime
No.
long before it was cool,
I
so I don't feel the need to.
I have no problem with RC anime. I have no problem with RC anime. Just the name punk bitch motherfucker. It's just so fucking. It's just too fucking catchy.
I feel like he's gonna make a diss track and flame all of us at some point, and that's just
Who, RC?
Like,
I would hope so.
I'd love to hear his fucking chirpy ass little fucking voice trying to do a rap verse.
Let's go,
oh my
folks.
gosh,
I'm RC Anime, and I'm here to say that Digibro is gay. Fuck
In
that
anime,
motherfucking pony,
in
bitch.
anime,
Oh my gosh.
Do a little
I
yachty track.
have this tweet, and it
Oh
says.
yeah, I guess he could auto tune his voice and make it tolerable.
Oh yeah, like I have this.
That's how we
tweet,
do
and
it in New
says,
York.
When at Digibra said this punk bitch motherfucker RC anime, and it has 30 retweets and 111 likes. It's a very popular tweet. People loved it when you said that shit. But like
Lachlan, you gotta get on this, and you gotta make a new video.
RC anime. How did you kill the YouTuber?
How did you kill the YouTube channel?
Somebody already made that actually.
Yeah, Kevin Yao did.
Oh, good.
Kevin Yard did.
Good.
I love how. Okay, I feel like after this that they Kevin Yard made this weird thing where it was like the anime YouTube.
Oh, yeah. Let me
anime
post
YouTube
that.
war, and he like listed everyone on sides, and the Allied forces were like gone, Mother's Basement, RC anime, kind of all the guys digi shit talk. The neutrals were a bunch of people like Kamara and like whatnot, and the people on the Axis forces were
Just 3.
Digi, Nino, and me. I don't know why I was on the Axis forces when I didn't outwardly say
Wait,
it.
you just said Digi, Nino, and me.
No, Digi, no, sorry.
two guys.
Digi, Digi Lachlan, and me. Digi Lachlan.
So are you Nino or are you Jimmy right now?
They're both listening.
I am Mr. Black and Platinum right now. That's who I am. So, regardless.
All right, let's swing back because I do want to keep this on topic.
You tackled the first criticism, which was the long videos.
Yeah, the first criticism, which is the long videos, and like, I can see what you mean on certain videos of mine. I do think that they're not as information dense as other ones, like the Naruto one that I just put out, which I'll talk about when I get to your last point, which I think is semi-valid. But like I think if you watch any of my videos, you'll see that I am making the same number of points a minute, and I'm not repeating myself as I was when I was doing 10-minute videos.
Could you not? Well, I mean, don't you think that it's impossible to say that if you have a 2-minute advertisement in a video when you wouldn't have before?
Okay, so that is I guess that's as good a point as any to branch into you saying that I'm shilling too much, which is your other.
Here's the thing. My nigga's getting his money up. Leave him alone. Like, dude's getting his cash. If I was in just position, I'd do all the same stuff. I'm not even being.
I mean, like, okay, so I do think that with some of my videos, specifically that Naruto one that I just put out. You can make the argument that the advertisement impedes the quality of that video. And that specific video, it's not an excuse. And I don't know if people will take it as a reason, but I had to make that video, like the whole script for it, inside a day because the script that I was working on for that video, I had to scrap at the last minute. I had this whole video concept that was like halfway through being written about how Naruto has like the exact same plot as Harry Potter up to a point, and how I think it's clearly taking inspiration from Harry Potter, but then I did some additional research. I don't know why I didn't think about to do this before, but I did some additional research into the time that Naruto started being released and the time that Harry Potter came out in Japan. Yeah. And it was the same year. So I was like, oh fuck, I gotta rewrite this whole thing. And I still think that there are interesting points of comparison beyond how like Orochimaru and Voldemort are eerily similar characters. But that video ended up getting scrapped, and I had to do the backup video concept that I had, which was all of the Naruto openings ranked. And I made one goof in that video that was not intentional, which was I was like, look at these filler characters, when it was in fact just really weird hip-hop designs of Gaara and a few of the other important side characters who are in the show all the time. It just didn't look much like them because of the hip-hop costumes. So that was a legit mistake. And then because of that, the ongoing joke that I have in those videos, that I don't correctly remember anything about Neji, because he just kind of, like, he's not a very good character, and he just kind of disappears from plot relevance after a while.
You get crucified for that in certain circles.
Yeah. I'm sure I would. But yeah, so that joke ended up not like that thing that's just supposed to be just like something I find funny for me, ended up seeming like a unintentional flub, because there was another unintentional flub in the video, and all the comments focused on that, and the ads ran too long in that video. I was trying to keep them under 90 seconds, but they ended up being like 2.5 minutes. So there was a lot of stuff just related to that video being rushed out that made it worse than it could be. But on the flip side, I think that my last Sword Art Online video, about how it's a shitty video game, which
is a fairly good.
I'm really proud of.
I enjoyed that video. That wasn't.
I am proud of my ability to keep finding new things to hate about Sword Art Online.
I have no complaints about the Sword Art Online dead horse. I don't think.
That's more of a canon.
In fact, I have a defense of it because, and I'm gonna bring this up in an upcoming video I have about Sword Art Online, about the movie, which is that, we haven't stopped talking about Bleach, One Piece, and Naruto in the 15 fucking years they've been running because they're cultural institutions. And like it or not, Sword Art Online is one now. It's the, going by my anime list, it's the second most popular anime of all time. It is one of the most widely known shows. Yeah.
Weirdly, nobody talks about Death Note anymore, though.
People still do.
Okay,
Lachlan just had a video about Death Note not too long ago.
Right now, I'm real because I know this is what people do every single time, but like right now, I'm really just waiting. I'm plotting on what the next big overturn is gonna be, and no one ever figures it out because no one expected.
No one does.
No one expected.
That's not true. We all knew One Punch Man was gonna be exactly as big as it was.
Yeah.
So.
No. One Punch Man was a special case. Was like that was a magical moment in anime, but like the
stars
thing
aligned.
Yeah, because One Punch Man was a special case where you had the Sakuga community loving it, you had the average fan loving it, you had the analysts loving it. Everyone was cool with that show, unless you're a complete contrarian
And
dickhead.
Even with One Punch Man, like we all knew it was going to be big, but we
didn't know how.
But the thing is, big it was going to be.
I knew
nobody had.
I knew for the record. I knew exactly how big that was going to be, and I knew how big Attack on Titan was going to be.
I didn't
because both of them.
I didn't know how big Attack on Titan was going to be because I had started.
I knew both of those exclusively because of the fact that I had heard of the manga for years, and that is never the case. For like, I'm not a manga guy. I don't follow the manga community. I don't care about like much of what goes on there. But like, I'd heard of Attack on Titan being praised as like one of the greatest manga ever since like 2009 or something, and the same for One Punch Man from like when it came out. So those are both shows that I was like, this is gonna be a big fucking deal, especially when I saw the trailers for them.
Bro, I mean,
if you keep
the only
if you
thing
keep hearing about, so like I'm the same way. I don't particularly care about manga a lot of the time, but if you keep hearing about a manga or you keep hearing about a light novel and you're not paying attention to that scene, then chances are it's gonna blow up. Like for instance,
Maria,
I would expect
that one will probably blow up.
So do you think Tate no Yusha is gonna blow up? Do you think Tate no Yusha is gonna blow up? Like
if it ever gets
Shield
an
Hero,
anime, maybe.
Shield Hero, abso-fucking-lutely. I think if Shield Hero
you
is
mentioned
exactly
Shield
the one
Hero
that I was gonna say. If Shield Hero gets an anime, it's gonna be fucking huge.
I don't know. I really don't know
if it'll be One Punch Man huge, but it will be. It'll be.
No,
I'm hearing people talk
Konosuba
about it on the train and stuff in the real world. That felt like kind of a gross invasion of my privacy. To be honest, hearing someone talking about my animes on the train.
But I don't think that we like. It was hard to predict the mainstream success of One Punch Man, though, because One Punch Man.
But One Punch Man was like the most
Law and Order on
possible thing in the world. Like, I knew it was so, because the people I heard talking about it weren't even like otaku. You know, it was people. I heard
about One Punch
from like.
I heard the manga of One Punch Man way back, like, but I wasn't sure it was gonna do anything when it got to anime.
I mean, it was like a clear shot for Toonami. Like Bones animated TV show with action and a broad appeal. It's on Toonami. It was on Toonami before they animated it. You know?
Well, it's the thing. It's the thing where it's the hardest thing to predict is the mainstream appeal, because we can always tell what's going to be like the biggest anime in the anime community. Yeah, but there's not even every year is there a mainstream success title.
Was Erased a mainstream success title? Was Erased like a mainstream success?
No.
Was it maybe just
I would say Tokyo Ghoul is a mainstream success.
Yeah, 2016 didn't have one. 2015 had One Punch Man to a certain degree. 2014
No Game No Life
had.
I mean, I think 2016 had a mainstream success in Yuri on Ice, but that's not something.
You know what? The reason why I'm kind of iffy on Yuri on Ice is that like it grabbed an untapped market and it played to them exponentially, and that's the reason it was able to get somewhere. I think that's the
it fed an audience that was starved of that kind of show.
It was a high production value show for an audience that doesn't get high production value shows all the time. So that's kind of like where it drew its line in the sand. So I think that's.
But
continue.
It's also like the first piece of media to talk about a specific subculture that clearly has a very passionate fan base, and a lot of people aren't necessarily like aware of. Yeah. So it blew up in the figure skating fandom, and that was that was another big boost for that.
Bro,
there are like huge figure skating fans out there.
Not to mention, like, half the figure skaters themselves watched the show and had things to say.
And they were tweeting about it, and it was all over their Instagram.
A lot of the figure skaters were like they were like, I remember some of them were like contacting Mappa to ask if they could be in season 2 and shit. Like, it was funny. There
was Joe.
I like
Johnson,
how we've all gotten to just pretending like we.
I was about to mention that. We'll just let Jimmy think.
No, what I said was. What I said was a lot of the figure skaters reached out. They reached out to Mappa asking if they could be in season 2. That's what I saw. I saw some of those things. I saw some of those things happen. Like, it's funny that
which would be a funny thing for like an anime company, because in Japan copyright law is so strict that putting a cameo from somebody who's like
a real human being
hasn't given you permission. Who hasn't given you permission is like a big deal. So like. They probably will all end up in that show.
Shout outs to Miracle Johnson and Yakuza 0.
Just to we got off topic, so I just want to bring it back to what I was saying about, like, in my last SAO video about the game design in SAO, I used the Loot Crate sponsorship as, like, I think a very funny way of branching into that video, and I feel like there is no stronger introduction that I could have made to that video than the one that I made. So I feel like in that case, the sponsorship helped the video. In the case of my single best anime of 2016 and my What's in a Fight best fight scenes of 2016 video, those wouldn't exist if not for Crunchyroll. And I feel like Crunchyroll enhances the content. I try to make all of my advertisement spots interesting and fun for people. Do I always succeed? I don't know. Probably like with Naruto.
That's just part of the challenge, because it's not only that, but speaking from experience as well, from someone who's had sponsored content, it's about the terms and the conditions of your sponsorship as well. How far you're allowed to go, how you're allowed to approach it. So I would say that we do the best we can.
Well,
sometimes
let's not beat around the bush. That is the literal definition of selling out. If you take money and they tell you how you have to make your content and then you do that for the money, that's what selling out means. I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing, but everyone recognizes that, you know.
Like, I mean, look, I remember when I was doing my I remember when I was doing my Anime Amino sponsorship, and like I asked if I could do the Konoban Gumiwa Ganano sponsor no Take Your Day thing. Like, I know it was a cute little thing, but like even going that far, you like if they weren't gonna allow me to do that, then what point would there be in me doing a fucking sponsorship if I couldn't approach it how I wanted? Like,
so for me, I've got like two different standards by which I say, am I going to do this or am I going to back out? And one of them is, are they going to affect what I'm saying? Like, are they going to dictate what I can say in the main video to like a meaningful degree? Right. So if it's something like, don't talk about another video game when you're recommending our video game in anything more than passing, that's like, okay, understandable, because you don't want, like, that's a rule of advertising. You don't promote the same thing.
Right.
You don't promote two things at once, unless in the case of Loot Crate and Crunchyroll, those two things just work together. And if you go to lootcrate.com/basement, use the promo code basement, or Crunchyroll.com. Sorry,
I just can't stand it. All this commercialism.
I can't help myself. If it's something like I have to put in a legal disclaimer that is like clear and concise because they don't want somebody coming after them like the FCC or whatever, that's okay. If it's something like with the Naruto online video, there was a stipulation that we had to have a certain amount of video content in that video at a specific point in time. Like I don't know what NDAs I've signed, so I can't get into like super specifics about how that contract.
NDAs I've signed. I love that. The good old fashioned NDA.
Yeah, but I mean,
ladies and gentlemen, that's
but
beautiful.
Gart can say exactly the same stuff that I can say because we've signed on the same contract for that. But you can verify that there's like there was a stipulation that we had to put a specific amount of content in the middle of the video. And my approach to that was I tried to break that up and have it be less, but it ended up being longer than it should have been because I didn't have time to edit it down. And that is a bad point. But the main thing is, if it's something like that where it's like, that's the limit of what I will accept from a contract like that, right. Is you got to put something in the middle of your video. It doesn't have to be related to what you're saying. We're not going to influence your opinion. Like, you're not allowed... Like, if somebody says, you can't say anything negative about this product, fuck that. I'm not covering it. You know? Well, and I consider it to be selling out when your actual editorial content is affected as opposed to just your structure.
Or where you're just going against your principles in any way.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. And I agree with that. And to respond to what Digi said, yeah, it is selling out. I mean, technically, taking any money to promote something is selling out because you're taking some form of payment to promote something.
Don't get me wrong. I have no problem with selling out, and I have done it. You know.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just like how far you want, how your own personal values.
The thing is simply
how much you want to be constrained.
I mean, my criticism of Jeff, and I said in my video, I respect the hustle, you know, but it's not a good look. And it's not a good look in the sense that your audience doesn't want it. You know, like, ultimately, it's for you. It's not for them. Like, your audience doesn't care about Naruto Online. The reason you're doing the advertisement is because it's going to make you a lot of money, you know? And...
Well, I don't think that's necessarily true, because I can say that a large portion of the people who watched the first video did click through and did check out Naruto Online.
Did they come back and sing its praises, or did they just click on it because they like you and want to help you make money?
I mean, I don't make any more or less money if people click through on those videos. I just know the statistics for it, and I know that a big portion of my audience was interested in that video. And, like, I wouldn't be bringing that to people if I didn't think, okay, some of the people in my audience are gonna want a Naruto Online video game.
I'm sure, Jeff, I'm sure you're aware that, like, you are currently getting criticized for this a lot all over the internet. Like, there's everywhere I go that people are talking about you, they're talking about how they're sick of the ads.
Bro, I remember someone came to me in my DMs and was like
all the most supportive comments I got on
I didn't hear anything.
Sorry. Someone came to me in my DMs and was like, "Hey, I really like your content, and I really like Jeff's content." And I really
cut out again.
I'm back. And I really like. I can see the green bar and I can see when it cuts off. So I'm trying.
That's the worst Twitch imaginable.
I'm trying to make sure it doesn't cut off. Like, so he came to me and he was like I really like your content and I really like Jeff's content, but I'm really worried about him, and I'm kind of tired of all the shilling he's doing, and it's kind of weird that he's selling out. And I was just like, in my opinion, bro, I see nothing wrong with talking about stuff or like giving advertisements and shit, because you're just getting your money up. I can't disrespect somebody getting their money up unless they're doing it unless they're doing it through means that disparage me. Like, if someone's making money talking shit about me or stealing my ideas, certain people, but if someone's making money doing either of those things, like, then I have an issue with them, and then it's war. But if someone has if someone's just making money like through their own sponsorships and trade agreements and all that shit, then there's nothing wrong with it. Let the person do
A
what
lot
they
of it
want.
comes down to kind of a
they're
lack
shilling
of perspective from a lot of the viewers.
Yeah, okay, sure. They're shilling a game that you're never going to play, but you're getting 22 minutes of a video that you wanted to watch in the first
Well,
place.
that's the thing, though. For me, with the advertisements, what bothers me is that, you know, I'm a guy who's all about conciseness, as I keep making this point. Granted, my own vlogs are not concise at all. They're fucking, you know, rambling bullshit. But, like, when I get to those parts in the video, I'm always like, do I skip this? Is he gonna make a point? You know, like, why am I, like, I don't care about this fucking game, you know, like, get me past this part, you know? And it's just that Jeff has so thoroughly embraced it as a joke that it's like, I'm the shill supreme. And I feel like to a lot of people, it feels like you're trying to cover your tracks with that you're trying to, like, say, hey guys, I'm giving you a wink and a nod, so that means it's okay. But people aren't okay with it, you know, and there's a lot of people who are expressing some kind of being upset with it, especially, and I think it comes down even harder on you simply because you also have a Patreon where, you know, it's like, I think some people might have the sense of like, well, this guy's already making $1,000 a month on Patreon. Why does he have to shill in all these videos constantly? You know, and I'll tell you about a criticism I got for this recently, which was that you told me about how much you can make through mid-roll ads, and so I went, "Fuck! How have I been missing out on this train?" Right? Now, my initial thought is I'm not going to do mid-roll ads in a Patreon video because, you know, that's what people are paying for it, so that they don't have to watch that. But if I'm making a video that's not going to be marked on Patreon, sure, I'll add mid-roll ads to it. So I make this Yuri on Ice video that was me and my brother discussing the show for 45 minutes, and my intention with it was that I was going to edit it and put it up like I do with all my podcasts, and it wouldn't be marked on Patreon. Now, unfortunately, this video was recorded right before RadCon 2, which tied me up for 2 straight weeks, so I couldn't edit it, so I handed it off to the Devu, my editor, and I had him edit it. He put in all these ad breaks, but he put in way more work than I was anticipating into this video. So he makes it like a full-on video that has to be patron marked because he needs to get paid for it. So now we've got this video that has ad breaks and it's on Patreon. And one of the comments I get is, disliked because of mid-roll ads. I thought I paid you on Patreon, so you didn't have to do this. And I responded, well, I encourage anybody to use ad blocker on my videos. And he said, kind of hard to do that on mobile. And I was just like, you're fucking right. You're fucking right. You know, I should not. Like, the circumstances of this video were so bizarre that it had to be patron marked, and it was already made to have ad breaks. So that was going to happen. But from that point forward, like, Devu was editing my next video, and he was, like, editing in ad breaks. And I was like, no, we don't do that anymore. You know, not if it's patron. Not if you're touching the video, it's not getting ad breaks, you know.
Yeah, that is another interesting discussion. Like, I'm okay with putting an ad break in for every about 10 minutes of video. Personally, it turns me off when I watch an H3H3 video and there's 2 ad breaks in the middle of a 10-minute video.
I think that's that's the reason why I don't do ad breaks, because my videos are never long enough for that. So that's kind of like.
But like, on the flip side, like, I feel like it's not justified in H3H3's case, but at the same time, I've told you the numbers that the SAO video, which was 40 minutes long, and I feel like a 40-minute video with 2 ad breaks is acceptable.
I mean, the thing is, it's a case where I completely appreciate, like, the desire to have this. I want to make more money, you know. I want to make more than what I'm making now. I want to do all the ads and stuff like that. But, like, if my audience thinks, like, if they think this is coming at their expense, I don't want them to think that, you know. I don't want them to ever feel that way. And if they happen to be feeling that way, then it's like, it makes me feel like, well, I can justify this to myself, but can I justify it to them? You know, can I justify to this guy why he had to watch 3 ad breaks on his phone when he was probably at work watching this on his phone because he has some shit job, and he probably makes way less money than I do, you know, doing some fucking, some bullshit job.
Now he's forced to watch these ad breaks, and it's just destroying his soul.
Yeah, and he's already paying me on Patreon out of the little bit of money he gets,
from
you know,
this rank and file
he
job
has in his paycheck. Yeah.
What-
And he's sitting
what-
there like, why
what
the
I-
fuck do I have to watch 3 Funimation ads and you don't even like Funimation, you fucking hypocrite, you know?
That's
Very specific.
so I think that's
If I ever get, if
I know
ever
they
get-
run ads
That-
on my videos. When
Oh
yeah.
man.
I think that's there's a different argument because of how our Patreons operate.
Sure.
Because I've got a monthly Patreon,
Right.
So, and also I never made any claim that I was going to keep ads off my videos.
Sure.
Like that's not, like going into the Patreon, I don't think there's anybody who has that expectation of my videos that they're not gonna have some degree of ads on them. And like I've made it pretty clear that my Patreon is just there for if you like my content and you want to support me.
Right.
And I've got different rewards that I do need to get around to fulfilling, and I've been meaning to like I have been trying to get those rewards fulfilled over the last few months, but moving is hell.
Yeah.
And the other nice thing is that, like, I've got a going conversation with almost all of my patrons. I've got a Discord chat open just for them. I'll pop in, I'll talk to them. Anybody who asks me a question, I will get back to them on it. Yeah. And I like there is an understanding there that they like me, and if my patrons were coming to me and telling me we don't like the shilling,
Yeah.
I would be like,
Yeah,
I
I feel like that
you
complaint
guys
is mostly
are-
coming from
harder,
people that are a bit more like distanced from it and don't, because
Mm-hmm.
something to realize about everybody that's on the internet, especially when you're like young, is so much of the work is like laying a foundation, you know, doing important networking and like building a buffer for yourself so that if anything goes wrong, like if the channel gets tied up with strikes or if some guy sues you for whatever reason, then you kind of have something to fall back on, because it's a small business and people
I totally
people
believe
don't see it
that
that
all
way.
of the
for the most
hardcore
part.
fans of Jeff
I
are down
think-
for the memeing.
I think the general
Sorry.
consensus has kind of like shifted in the past few years, because back 5 years ago, like none of the audience would respond well to either shilling or a Patreon or any kind of, hey, I'm making this my kind of
I
fucking career.
remember back in,
But
I
I
remember
or
not-
even
like,
putting ads on your
I remember,
videos.
but not,
Yeah,
not, too,
or even-
not too long ago, I was a dickhead and I would shit talk people for having Patreons. And I look back at my,
Yeah, you fucking hypocrite.
I look
Hey,
back
Jimmy, what
on
was
that
this?
meme.
What's going on?
Yeah, I look back at that. I look back at that Nino, and I'm just like, you were such a fucking.
Also,
idiot.
have you
Like,
Patreon marked your new video?
You could. Yeah, I have.
good.
It's been weird. Patreon hasn't put the money in yet. Like, does that happen?
Yeah.
is that doable?
So it becomes more of a, and like the whole shilling selling out talk. It more comes to the artists themselves on how many ads they want to put, or their own personal values, or how much they understand their audience. And
Yeah,
how much,
for everybody that's
I mean,
invested
a
in the
connection
Jeff
their audience
Thu
has with
narrative
them.
of just bought a new house with the money he makes from his work, and you know, and this is his. Everyone that's invested in
Yeah.
that story, they probably
I mean-
consider it more noble, but others.
Exactly as
And I
sorry, exactly like what I said to Gigic earlier. You don't have to change anything. Like, your audience, like, it hasn't killed you yet. You know, like, so far, there's still a lot of people willing to donate to your Patreon. There's still a lot of people watching the videos in spite of the ads, or are actually going through and clicking on the stuff. As long as that remains true, you don't have to change anything, you know? Like, until the day your fans actually do turn on you, if that would even happen, maybe they're always going to be okay with it. Then there's
Maybe
maybe
if you had a new giant paid
maybe this is the
sponsorship
video that
in the
puts
middle of
them.
every video.
Maybe this is the video that puts them over the
yeah,
edge.
maybe this podcast just makes them so pissed off with me advertising that they give up on me forever. I don't know.
Who knows, man?
But like,
How many ad
I
breaks
mean,
is this podcast
like
gonna have?
I will.
at least 3.
Try and put it
Yeah,
right
I mean,
here.
2 hours.
Try and put
I-
it right here.
I put it.
We need the
I
meta.
put in 1 hour. I'm making a note of the
You know
time.
what?
I'm making
You
a
know
note
what?
of the
I
time.
refuse to be part of a
But,
podcast with mid-channel
so-
ad breaks. I refuse. I refuse.
Oh.
I
Yeah.
I'm fucking around. Keep going. Sorry.
But as far as the advertisement content on my channel goes, like, there's 3 different factors in it, right? There's the shillmaster thing and the whole I'm selling out joke, which is I mean, I do it for my audience because I think they find it funny, but I mainly do it for me because I just think it's hilarious. You know, the concept of there being this sacred thing around YouTube content where you should just be a starving artist and you shouldn't hustle, you know, which was isn't necessarily as much the attitude now, but was definitely the attitude when I started watching YouTube videos seriously at the very start of when YouTube was first rolling ads out.
Yeah, there's people who still think like that, and trust me, if you,
I still get plenty. I still get plenty of Patreon is e-begging comments on my videos.
I'm just gonna be straight with you. If you genuinely think that like Patreon is e-begging or like people shouldn't like people shouldn't expect to get paid for the content they produce and etc.
Then kill yourselves.
Begging is to take something.
Like, Digi, stop! That's a fucking felony in Canada. That is a felony in Canada. You can't say that.
Say it. I said it.
Fine. I don't kill yourself. Just sit on a really huge spike and let it go all the way into your intestines. And hope you don't die.
Just take that dragon dildo you were gonna send to my PO box and use it yourself. Exactly. That's why.
Reflect on your life and then
cover it in acid. Cover it in acid first.
No, that's an actual felony. You can't tell people to kill themselves.
Well, sorry, you Canadians.
In a YouTube video.
It's okay
nigga, we don't live in no bum ass Canada, nigga. What the fuck? We don't live in no bitch ass Canada.
It's also probably a felony to do plenty. Well, you know, I'll tell you.
Don't kill yourselves is what I'm saying. Don't kill yourselves, even if you like Sword Art Online. You know, like maybe sterilize. That's an option.
Hey, that's not against the law, is it? You can't tell people to get sterilized.
Hey, there's no law against advocating for eugenics.
Wow.
Well, yeah. So to sort of to wrap up this, and I'll come right out with what is perhaps the most honest reason that I would attack you at all for this, even though it's something that I support people doing in general, is jealousy.
It's because he makes more money than you, nigga.
Well, yeah, he makes more money than me, in spite of having.
Yeah, it's about having fewer subscribers. He makes more. Y'all didn't know.
In spite of having fewer subscribers, and
that's the dirty secret of the anime community.
This is quite the
Jeff
revelation.
Makes the most. Jeff and Gaunt make the most money in the anime community.
I don't think I make the most money in the anime community. I'm.
Are you willing to disclose
100...
what you made last year by chance?
Okay, I'm. In
total,
I still haven't compiled all my taxes, so I'm not 100% sure. But also, last year I only started making serious money in the last 4 months.
That's true.
I will say that.
Do you have a projected income for this year? Do you think you know what it'll be?
Projected income for this year, can't say because it varies month to month, but it could be anywhere between $60,000 and $100,000.
Right.
Now, everyone think for a moment when Jeff's in his 50s and things aren't working out so well, and he's in a whole different stage in his life, and he's just thinking to himself, damn, I wish I chilled just a bit more in my 20s.
Yeah. No, here's the thing. I'm saving the money. Like, most of the money that I make goes back into producing content for the channel. Like, if you want my actual
that's true for me as well, but that's because I'm trying to write it all off on my taxes. So that's why
that's the thing. Like, if you want my
much on taxes.
If you want my taxable income, if you want my profit from the channel, that's going to be closer to like a $40,000 a year salary. Because I'm always trying to produce more. I'm going to cons. I have to get better computer equipment.
You ain't come to Atlanta yet.
Yeah, I ask for me to go to AWA. Just ask for me at AWA. Everybody go into AWA. Ask for me at AWA.
MomoCon's coming up. MomoCon's coming up soon.
MomoCon.
Yeah.
MomoCon makes me think of that slutty cosplayer on Patreon.
Anyway, to get to the point I
was
getting to.
Continue. Sorry.
You're making more than I am. You definitely will this year. And it's simply because I've been unwilling to do a lot of the same things that you're doing. I've gotten a lot of the same offers. I've gotten a lot of the same, like my inbox was inundated with fucking people wanting me to advertise stuff. I mean, you told me that Naruto Online would have offered me the same deal they offered you, and I wouldn't take it, you know, because I didn't want to make a video about Naruto, and that's the only reason. I just
that's fair.
I don't want to do it.
I mean,
now I will do it.
Those guys specifically asked for you too,
yeah.
so I was. That's the only reason I asked you twice, is because they, yeah.
And I've taken a potential deal with Amazon to promote. I sort of
Anime Strike.
Yeah, for the Anime Strike thing, they offered me a deal, and I am willing to take it only because I convinced them to let me make a video about Vivid Strike, and I think it would be the funniest thing in the universe to get paid to make a video about fucking Nanoha. And I'm super excited. Unfortunately, I have to make myself an LLC first, and I haven't figured out how to do that yet. But once I do, then I'll possibly take up that deal, and they have things that they want me to say at the start of the video and everything that I'll gladly do it just to be able to say I got paid to make a video about Vivid Strike. But for me, and maybe this is also true for you, and we're just thinking of it on different scales. For me, like, the more I always want to believe in my heart that I am doing this the most punk rock way I could be. That this isn't me just taking the deals; it's me doing it with a middle finger up to the same guy paying me.
Yeah,
like for
I
instance,
remember the one time you did
a,
the loot crate where you were kind of just like, "Yeah, this is pretty tacky. Maybe buy this. I don't know. I wouldn't."
All the free stuff I've gotten, which I don't take those anymore because I only did that in the beginning because I had never gotten any offers before, and I was like, I didn't realize, because when you think about it, the ones I got, I'm sure some people get a deal where like they have a link, and if people click on that, they get $5. These guys were just like sending me a free box and being like, make a video for us, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure my video's worth more than $25.
You got hustled.
Yeah.
You got hustled, motherfucker.
Yeah, but this was
the best guy at making loot crate videos is gone, because he's got them down to a science, and he does them.
These guys would send me this shit, and I'd just make a video going like, yeah, well, this is all garbage, and I wouldn't pay for any of this. Thanks for the stuff, and then I unlisted those videos after a couple weeks.
I mean that's.
But like for instance, my Crunchyroll thing. You know, I have a Crunchyroll a deal, and like the original deal that we created was because I had this series called 10 must-see anime you can watch right now, which I was just doing for the hell of it, recommending people 10 shows that were available for legal streaming. And so Crunchyroll approached me, and I said, hey, let's turn it into a Crunchyroll show. And I did one episode of that, and it was like, success. And I went, I don't want to do this series anymore. And so now my Crunchyroll ad, by far the majority of the money I've made has been from shows I was shitting on. Like, my ads for where I say, like, Gate is, like, the worst anime ever made. By the way, you can watch it on Crunchyroll, and that's the whole ad, and that's by far the most Crunchyroll money I've made, is from that video, and the Astro Score, where I did the same thing.
How do you get the Crunchyroll? How do you get the Crunchyroll?
Yeah, Jimmy's been after this for a while.
That, like,
They emailed me.
Yeah, I know, because like
they reach out to you.
I have like milestones I have for my YouTube career. The final boss is getting us to do a panel at Anime Expo. That's like the final boss. That's
which I have beaten.
Yeah,
I know. That's a couple weeks ago. That's when I.
Wait, you got a panel?
Yep.
Digi, get me on there.
Well, like when I'm asked to do a panel at Anime Expo, that's when I'm like, okay, cool. I've won this YouTube thing.
But I actually have my own Anime Strike sponsored video in editing right now.
Oh, really?
Really? Impressive.
How'd you get contacted by fucking Anime Strike, Lachlan?
Because he got 200,000 hits on a video.
I got 290,000 hits on a fucking video.
Yeah, but did you do it in 2 weeks?
Sword Art Online, and that's the one thing.
Yeah, well, Amazon, because Amazon just started their promotional program. That's why nobody's seen any of these Anime Strike videos, and we're all about to see a bunch of them.
Pedantic Romantic also has like momentum.
Right? Wait, so Lachlan, does that mean that you've made an LLC? Can you teach me how?
It's not what you think. Just wait for the video.
Okay, never mind.
I've got. Yeah, they've talked.
Limited license.
Limited liability corporation.
It basically means I turn myself.
No, limited
into
liability.
Liability corporation.
It's liability. Yeah. And it's basically a buffer between you and any legal action that might be taken against you.
I've been my dad's
it's
been
a
telling me to
separate
make myself
entity
one
that-
for like
yeah.
a year, and I've just been putting it off because I'm fucking lazy. But now that there's like a couple $1,000s tied up in it, I'd really like to get it made. You know?
Digi, your dad gave you a house that has like part of a castle in it. You should listen to his financial advice.
Sure. Well, yeah.
I'm just, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's funny that you say that. It's funny that you say that like a big part of it is that you are trying to do the punk rock thing, and that's prevented you from making as much money as you could be. I want to just address one thing that you said very quickly, which is that you said that Garnt and I are the people making the most money on anime YouTube, and that's definitely not true. It's almost certainly the Anime Man and Akidira.
Bro, like in my like I'm sorry, in my mind, I'm still stuck in 2013 where Gaunt is the ceiling of the anime community.
I think he's trying.
No, in my mind,
I'm sure
in
he's
my
gonna
mind,
say
no,
that.
in my mind, I'm still stuck in 2013 where Gaunt is the ceiling of the anime community, and after him, I don't pay attention to anyone else.
I
For
mean,
me,
I'm
it's
kinda
always been
saying-
Misty.
Yeah.
It's always been Misty.
Like for me, I always associate like.
Misty's only been around for like a couple of
Well, like
years.
for me, it's like Glass Reflection and Garnt are the top because all the other guys who are bigger are just not the same genre.
Yeah,
They're
they're
more
more
like
like
they're not
YouTube
making
anime.
analytical. They're making vlogs and comedy videos.
I mean,
basically.
I would say that we have an audience overlap, a kind of audience overlap.
Yeah, please.
where
Hopefully
I-
not. Jesus.
Hopefully so. I want to hit 1 million subscribers
I'm
one
blown
day.
away by
but
how
I mean,
fast Lucky
like
is.
if
Whereas
you
with the Anime Man and Nucky
I-
they go for a completely different audience.
Yeah.
And actually, if you really want to say it, the biggest anime channel in terms of profit on YouTube is probably Team 4-Star.
I mean,
Like
technically yes, but
Yeah.
that's true.
but again, it's like it's a slightly different genre. You know, it's. But
Is that
I mean, my
Anime
main
Snob
point
still
is
maintaining that rank list of all the anime reviewer sub
Fun
counts?
I
fact,
think he is. He
it
updates-
wasn't.
he updates
Fun
it
fact,
regularly.
it wasn't Anime Snob. Fun fact, it wasn't Anime Snob who came up with that. It was actually Holden, Gaunt, and I were the people where that list originally started, and it just
really?
grew and bolted into something disgustingly huge. And people like when it first came out, everyone in the community got really butthurt about it. 'Cause it
How?
was like-
Why? It's just a list of
together,
people
you
and
know?
what their sub counts are.
Gone. You remember what I'm talking about, right? Like
The list doesn't have an opinion.
Yeah, like people are like, how am I not on it? Like, bro, cause you fucking got like 10 subs and no one fucking knows who you are.
Yeah.
like seriously, mate, what the fuck? Like, I know, and I think the what people really got mad about was because Holden gave it ranks, like in One Punch Man. So like, if you had over 10,000 subs, you were like that's why in my mind 10,000 subs to this day is like the threshold, because like 10,000 subs was S rank, and like the 5,000 to 10,000 was A, and below there was like, so people would jokingly say, oh, don't talk to me if you're like a D rank or some bullshit like that. It was some stupid stuff, but yeah, people got really butthurt about it. They were just like, but I mean, numbers don't lie.
But-
Numbers are the most objective
but-
thing ever. Like,
well,
so
I mean, numbers do lie sometimes,
really?
because like if you look at Misty / Chronexia, for example, like you look
His
what he's
view
pulling
counts
on
don't compare
Patreon,
to his.
and his view counts exactly.
I mean, it's a big. If you want to know how successful,
He's probably making less money than I am. He's probably making.
If you want to actually know how successful a YouTuber is, you look at their view counts, not their sub counts. The sub counts, is all for ego.
Yeah.
That's the
Well,
only reason we care. We only care about our subs because that tells me how it just tells me like how many people have heard of me. But the actual view counts are what matter. And if you're 300,000 subs, but you're only pulling 10K a video, then it means you don't really have 300,000 people who watch.
yeah,
your
like
videos.
there's this
Specific-
guy. There's
Yeah,
this
you
guy
have
called, there's a guy called Noisy Images. He came on the scene like, I don't know, a couple months ago, and he does videos about like hip hop and shit. And he's like around 20K subs, but he has like 3 videos about Kanye, which are all like over 100,000. and
Right.
he's got a few videos about chants that are like 60,000. So like he's consistently like going above his sub count. Like
Yeah,
he's consistently going
Eyepatch
above
Wolf's
his sub
doing
count
the
with
same.
Yeah,
Eyepatch
yeah.
Wolf has
Eyepatch
been
Wolf
pulling
too.
Yeah.
fucking ridiculous numbers, and that's why. I mean, if anything, his sub count is less indicative of his pull.
Yeah, that's the position you want to be in, to be honest.
I was telling him, like, there's no way you're not going to be over 200K in a couple months because you are already over it. You're already over 200K
Yeah.
people who care about your videos. They just
I
haven't
think
all
it's just
clicked
that,
subscribe
yeah,
yet.
some,
you know?
yeah. So those people know about his videos and they will watch when they come out. He's just not. He just hasn't uploaded. He just hasn't uploaded them yet. He just. I mean, they just
Jimmy's
haven't.
dead.
No, sorry. Those people will click on his channel like if at some point, but they just haven't done it yet. Like they'll click subscribe at some point, but not yet.
I mean, like, the thing is, like, with Eyepatch Wolf stuff, everything that he makes gets pushed to the top of almost every anime community.
It's all great. Everything he makes is
because it's all great
very
content.
accessible,
So-
very good, all about important or like highly relevant shit. You know, he almost exclusively covers things everyone's always wanted someone to cover in exactly the way he's doing it. You know, like everyone has always wanted someone to make that Bleach video, and he did it, and at the perfect time. You know, so
Yeah, like that Bleach video is probably where he came in and just blew the gasket over his career because he like I remember
it's got over
I found,
a million hits.
Yeah, I found
Possibly
him
over
through
2.
that video, and that was the video because he released it like a week, the same week Bleach ended, and I was just like,
Yeah.
fuck, if I had done this, man, jeez,
That was smart.
Like, it was a really smart video.
And that's- Go for it, Jeff.
So the thing, like, when a channel is growing, you're gonna see it consistently hit above its sub count in views. And when a channel is sort of stably growing, which, like, my channel fluctuates between like big growth and stable growth at this point. I consistently get an average of about 200,000 views on a video. Some of my videos get half of that. If I ever get sub 100,000 views, I am concerned about that specific video.
I am
you
too,
know?
even though I almost always do get sub 100,000 views and that's part of the punk rock thing that I was referring to before is also that I refuse to talk about the popular shows, and that I won't because I know I would be.
Oh right,
hitting
we were
this-
talking about my advertising.
Yeah.
So I do want to just like finish off that point because man. We get off topic on the
Yes.
Weebcast. I don't know if you listeners have
I
noticed.
mean, way off in the weeds recently.
Yeah, but like it's so aside from other like the profitability of channels not necessarily being reflected by their sub count. I would say that I'm not necessarily trying to do the punk rock thing. But my attitude towards a sponsorship is it's always got to be something that I can either see my audience enjoying or that I would personally like use and recommend.
Yeah.
And it like in the case of something that like is not necessarily something that directly appeals to me on a I'm going to use this everyday basis, like for instance Naruto Online. I have played enough of that to know it's a pretty good video game, and I've enjoyed what I've played of it, but I'm not necessarily going to get hooked on that like Breath of the Wild. But it's got to be something in that case that impresses me, you know? Mm-hmm. And in Naruto's case, I was impressed by the graphics and the gameplay depth enough to be like, yeah, somebody could sink a serious amount of time into this.
Didn't you say you
and
did like a
enjoy
nerd
themselves.
block thing though? Or one of those
A what?
Didn't you do one of those random box things though?
I did Loot Crate.
The SAO light novel gag. The wee, right?
Yeah,
That was a good gag.
And that like I'm proud as fuck of that gag. And also, I actually do like getting loot crates every month.
Wow. That just makes you weird.
Wait, did you say that you're planning to incorporate more of this kind of thing into your channel, and that you want to go down?
I
want
want to do the anime strike one. That's for sure.
Because you want to get paid to do a Nanoha
just to do a video about Nanoha and
To
get
be
paid
clear,
for it.
a show that currently has 13,000 people listing it on their mouths,
Yeah.
and that's it.
a show,
tiny
a
show.
video that I I mean, this is the kind of warped mindset that I do these things with, which is so sad. Is that I don't know. I don't know if me disclosing this will interfere with Jeff's NDAs, but that I told them how much Jeff had made on a similar video, and then I said, well, because they asked me what to pay them. Like they didn't give me any kind of number, any kind of quote. I didn't know what they were like, what ballpark they were in. So I start trying to spitball a number, and I was like, well, I know a guy who made a video and he got paid this much, but the video I'm going to make for you is not going to get anywhere near the amount of views, so I'm quoting you half of it. You know, like that was I cut my own balls off because I knew this video will not get views. Like I'm doing this advertisement. Like anything they pay me is fucking them.
You should have fucking fleeced the shit
So
out of them.
Digi, I have a question.
Bro.
I can't bring myself. I know because they won't do business with me again if I charge them the amount that you could have, and then the video gets no views. You know.
But Digi, I have an important question about that negotiation.
And I'm also not gonna
tell them?
I'm also not gonna really praise Anime Strike. I'm gonna suggest it and be like.
I think it's because I'm Nigerian that like the concept.
You're thinking of all the best ways in which you can embezzle somebody.
Exactly.
The advertisement they're gonna get is Anime Strike's pretty okay for something that they gave me for free. If you can't get it for free, then I mean it's up in the air. You know, find out for yourself.
Oh my god.
So Digi,
and also I'm already breaking the NDA I signed. By the way, that's also part of it.
That's not good. You definitely don't want to do that. But I mean, hopefully they won't see this podcast because no contract has been drawn up yet. So.
Somebody's gonna snitch.
You want
to know who's gonna snitch?
I haven't.
Yeah. I was about to say that punk bitch motherfucker. RC Anime is gonna snitch on this.
RC Anime is gonna out us.
Yeah, that's his devious plan all along to ruin brand deals.
Digi. My question for you is: did you specifically say my friend Mother's Basement made this much money on a video?
No, I just said my friend of mine.
Okay, well, because
niggas didn't.
I don't think that would undercut an NDA, but that totally fucks with my bargaining ability
I don't
on
think
the next
I said
video.
it was you specifically. I just said a friend of mine made this much on a similar brand deal.
Okay, can I ask this question? Do these people who
So here's an interesting thing. There's a website that you can go to called socialbluebook.com. If you log into it and you put in your YouTube information, it will tell you how much a video on your channel should be worth. It will give you sort of like a median based on performance of previous, the performance of all of your videos and your sub count, your view count, all of that stuff. So Social Blue Book tells me that for a shout out, so like a 30-second spot at the end of a video, I should be charging $3,000.
Whoa!
And
that's mad.
And Social Blue Book tells me that for a dedicated upload, I should be making $8,800.
It's a lot of
on average. But there's a huge variance with that. I don't necessarily use that as my bargaining point,
right?
Because
and you shouldn't.
Because that's a projected thing. That's like using your your social blade.
On social Blue Book, it's telling me that I'm not going to say how much I'm worth on a podcast.
We'll never know what it's telling him. We'll never know.
But because it's a fucking wild west up there. There is no defined standard, and coming from someone who's been in a corporate background, it's nothing like. It's nothing like when I worked for the BBC, where it was there was these defined standards you could adhere to. In here, it's mostly up to the individual or the creator's ability to sell themselves, to sell their content, and how much that's worth. That's, in my opinion, has been the most valuable lesson for me, changing from a corporate background to something like this, where nobody really knows what they're doing. The companies themselves don't know how much your videos are worth. They just have a projected budget, which is mostly what a lot of brand deals depend on, which is their budget.
Yeah.
And it's your ability to figure out how much information you can gather about, how much they would pay for that.
Can I ask this? Would you guys know?
I like how we've
know if any of these people running these deals, if they watch us, do they watch the community?
Nah.
Sometimes they say they do, but I have my doubts.
Okay, so this
Miles from Crunchyroll does. Miles from Crunchyroll.
I can't remember what the lady who did Amino does. She claimed to have been watching my content, but I'm kind of iffy.
I get the feeling. I've had the feeling that the reason Jeff gets offered a lot more deals with Crunchyroll than I do is because they do watch my videos. I think that's probably why he gets more deals.
By their favorite shows.
Wait, what do you
Well,
mean?
considering that I've mostly advertised them by shitting on their shows, I don't think they want too much more of that,
Crunchyroll, they do keep their finger on the pulse. I know that for a fact. But
hey, Victoria, Sailor B, if you're watching this, yeah, it's NINOUH.
I'm probably not getting invited to be on the judge panel of the next Crunchyroll Awards after I made a whole video about how
that thing's a clown fiesta. Anyone sitting on that panel should feel bad for themselves.
Oh no!
Your friend and colleague Arcado was on that
friend
panel.
and colleague is a bit stretchy. That's a bit of a stretch. But but we're not gonna go into that. Not today.
We actually did an interesting podcast about that. If you guys haven't seen it,
I'm not
everything.
interested.
Hey, you got crap on a
it all.
previous episode of a show that you're currently on, Jimmy.
There's no such thing as a anime video that Lachlan has not seen. It is not a thing that exists. Did I cut out in the middle of that? Because I saw my
who has not
did.
seen? That who has not seen?
That Lachlan hasn't seen. He's
Oh,
seen
okay.
every conceivable YouTube anime video, which is
hadn't
why
seen-
I knew about
He's
that
seen-
punk bitch motherfucker RC anime talking
Oh, we're
shit
making it
about
public
me.
now. Yeah,
Because
I
someone
started-
linked it to me.
Yeah,
I
no,
sparked-
not, by the
You'll
way,
notice that he's actually been around this community starting a few conflicts, actually. Believe it or not, sowing the seeds of discord.
Lachlan actually reignited a little fracas on Twitter between me and another penguin boy. Me and penguin boy. He showed me a tweet where he was saying something that I disagreed with, and I just took the tweet and I just kind of said some asshole stuff, and it snowballed into some bullshit from there. But Lachlan, you're the fucking Jafar of the anime.
Yeah,
community.
he's been really playing
You're
the
the
heel angle.
Starscream.
You keep saying Oriha, but it's Orihara. Isaiah Orihara.
Isaiah Orihara. Yeah,
It's been a few years.
Isaiah Orihara
So-
of the anime community, bro. That's
Or Orihaya,
Very
rather. Not
true.
Orihara. Orihaya.
Okay,
Since when do you care about
I'm
pronunciation?
resolved.
I don't fucking...
But
I just know there's another
But,
syllable
yeah.
in there.
As a random aside about how
Orihara,
we should stop making random decisions. We're running up on 3 fucking
fine,
hours.
Kamara,
Okay,
Kamara,
so
This whole
So-
podcast has been random.
Kamara,
aside.
one
I know,
last
and I
random
do-
aside. You go.
When Jeff earlier
No.
said,
Let's
I
keep
said
it
how
short.
long.
An
Someone
hour and a
said,
half.
yeah, he said, "Well, keep it short," and I just looked at him and I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about, Jeff? You invited me on."
well, I
the
was
podcast.
trying to keep it
There's
short.
no
Hey,
way
this
this
has
is
been
going to
an
be kept
excellent.
short.
This has been an excellent podcast. You know,
I
has
resigned
been
my
an
night
excellent
the
discussion.
second it was
we,
offered.
we've
to
had
me.
so much, touched up on so many interesting points, and had so many great topics. We covered a lot of topics.
Hey Jeff, this is the best. It doesn't matter which fucking superstars you get on. This is the best.
The only problem with this podcast is that Jimmy has to
whenever-
say everything twice.
half this.
Whenever
half this
Digi-
podcast has
whenever-
been trying to determine what.
From
Jimmy
now on,
said.
just fill in
Sorry.
the blanks and don't ask him to say it again.
My-
They're
my-
only
my-
doubling
my-
the length
okay,
of the
listen,
podcast.
you know the worst part of it. The fans are gonna be able to hear everything I'm saying
exactly,
because
so-
it's getting
yeah.
recorded.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
it's
Yeah,
just for
so
some reason
just-
Discord is being a bitch right now. I have no idea what's going on.
Anyway,
Discord's
let me
all
get my
over,
random
bitch.
aside out of the way real quick. So,
right,
just
continue.
I've always found it I've always also like Digi. I found it really noble when somebody makes a video about something that's completely starved of videos or doesn't get enough attention, like Nanoha. So that can almost completely save someone's channel in my eyes. Even though I don't usually enjoy anime everyday videos, seeing that he's the one person on the entire internet that has anything to say about Akagi no An kind of makes me happy, and it makes me want to do that for shows that I feel have been completely starved.
Why am
of
I not
attention.
surprised that Anime Every Day has a video about Akagi no An?
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
but whatever, I'm just glad someone's talking about it.
I mean, I like being the one guy on the whole internet who ever talks about baby steps. So that's.
Hey, I've talked about baby
Digi's
steps.
talked about that, yeah.
Have you talked about baby steps in the last
Why
year?
Ruler of Time used to talk about baby steps back in the day. Like, why
Literally,
why Ruler of Time? Yeah, I know. That's an old school Tig with Tig reference for all the kids right out there.
But yeah, so I think we basically like covered the whole selling out angle.
We've been on that for nearly 50 minutes.
We have, because it's an interesting and varied topic.
I'm glad we got a lot of different
the numbers
perspectives on it.
the numbers that I've quoted to you guys are not necessarily like how much money I make.
Yeah.
You know, it varies like wildly based on how much people click through. If I'm making stuff that's interesting for people, I can't give you exact numbers, for instance, but I can say that a lot of people were really, really interested in the Konosuba light novels that I plugged in my What's in an OP Konosuba
I know the
2.
exact numbers.
Yeah.
Shocking.
So that video did really well. I don't like. I guess the same interest isn't there for Naruto. But like with selling out, it's always a risk that you kind of take. And my perspective on it is I just mitigate that by trying to do it in a way that's entertaining for my audience. And I guess you could say that the Shillmaster thing is maybe a little bit of a lazy way of doing that, and I should find more creative outlets for it, I've done with.
To say it one more time and just to break down exactly the nature of this, is that I know for a fact that in the next 3 months, Jeff is going to pass me in subscribers, his view counts are going to stay above mine, and he's going to make a lot more money than me this year. And that is because I will not do the things Jeff is doing, and that's only because I'm a fucking idiot. That's the only reason I'm ever upset about any of it, is that I'm too stupid to do what Jeff is doing, which is to just capitalize on his own talents to make a shitload of money and have a really big channel. You know.
The fact that you are like openly like stating that, and I know you're an open and honest person about a lot of the stuff you think and feel about shit, but the fact that you're openly stating that is going to delegitimize, for a lot of people, they're going to try to use it to delegitimize the other points you made in your entire rant. Like they're they're just gonna be like, oh well, then he's just jealous of everyone else.
State your bias. That's like
I don't care how
he's
legitimate
stating his bias.
That
that's
fucking
fine.
rant. The thing about that rant and why this podcast is possible is that because that rant is so unclear about everything I say, is why there has to be 10 follow-up videos and 1,000 discussions, which is kind of the best part of it, because.
It's the control verse. It's the control verse all over again.
It is. It is definite. I'm glad you make that comparison as opposed to just Kanye. I think it's more like the control verse from Kendrick.
No. Anyone who's making the Kanye comparison is just some fucking stupid normie pasty dumbass who doesn't fucking understand hip hop. But like, no, this is the control verse. You mentioned a bunch of people's names, and if your name didn't get mentioned, you're a waste man. No one cares about you, so fuck off. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
And just like the control verse, it's confusing and hard to parse, and no one actually knows what Kendrick was trying to say. So but that's the thing. And I'll quote something from my past, where back when I was an anime blogger, all I cared about was getting comments. Like all I wanted was feedback, and I would never get it. And my mentor Ghost Lightning would get tons and tons of comments, like 70 comments a post, and he was responding to all of them and stuff. And I was always I asked him, like, why do you get so many comments and I don't? And he said it's because you always present a case as open and shut. You don't leave any room for discussion. And I think the reason that a video like this gets so much attention, if anybody wants to know how to spark discussion, leave everything open. I'm never very declare, like, my points all have so much clarification that should have been done that wasn't. And that's why there's so many podcasts springing from it and all this discussion. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I think to just make a nod to one last thing you said, which is that, like, that you wouldn't be capitalizing, like, that not capitalizing on this makes you dumb. I don't think that's necessarily true. Like, I legitimately enjoy making every video I make.
Yeah.
You know? I just have a different capacity for enjoying stuff. I enjoy different stuff than you do, right? And like you're that like you are.
That's why I'm calling it
the
jealousy.
kind of guy who wants to talk about.
I'm willing to say it's just jealousy because obviously we're just built in for different mindsets, and it's weird even that I would be jealous because of the fact that I take pride in the fact that I am a niche creator, and I feel like I shouldn't have this many subs. Like, it's weird to me. Like, there's a lot of my following who doesn't understand me, and that's why Digibro After Dark exists. That's why there's another channel that's for like the quote unquote real fans, you know, like the people who will listen to the unhinged part, and the main channel is kind of a little bit more presentable and normie, just because like I never should have been a famous guy. I'm a fucking weirdo.
Like, it's to the point where, and I know a lot of people feel this way too. I'm not the only person who thinks this. Like, I associate you more with Digibro After Dark than I do with the Digibro channel.
A lot of people do.
Like,
Because
a lot of
it
people
updates
do.
way the fuck more frequently.
But when I'm scrolling down my sub list, I'm like, oh, Digi uploaded a new video, and I'm not thinking Digi uploaded a new video on his main channel. I'm like, yeah, Digibro After Dark, and that's like that's where I hear your voice.
It was much more the case like that back in the way olden days, where where his main channel was like really cheery and peppy and sweet. Which was like completely different.
Back when you were still doing
back in the trenches. Back in the old
when you were doing the pony hustle.
Yeah. Well, and the funny thing about it is that if you, depending on how you look at it, you could say I'm a bigger sellout than Jeff, because Jeff's just doing this stuff because he obviously loves doing it. You know, whatever his motivations may be, he's enjoying himself. And for me, I definitely am. Like if I was being completely true to my feelings, the main channel would stop existing, you know? I need money, so it's gonna keep going. And it's not that I don't love making all those videos, it's just that, like, I don't love, you know, editing. I mean, I pay a guy to do it. You know, I don't love trying to ever make, because sometimes I do make videos because it's a popular show, you know, and I don't want to always have to do that. So, like, if anyone's being more dishonest, it's probably me. But it all just depends on how you look at it and how you phrase it. And, you know, again, it all comes down to how the audience is going to interpret it. If you look at Jeff and you see a shill, you probably won't be a patron. But if you look at him and you see a guy hustling and you enjoy his content anyways, yeah, there's nothing to complain about, you know?
I think it's kind of like I think it's a different mindset. Like, do you appreciate people working hard at what they like? I think that's a fundamental human thing that people are just different on. Do you appreciate a person working hard at what they like doing and being able to support themselves on it, or do you just want a guy to give you stuff that you like?
Well, that's my narrative.
Like everything else be damned. Like,
if we're looking at my Patreon, it's relatively successful for my size, and it's because from a very early point it was, okay, I'm leaving college because this seems somewhat viable. You're what's making this viable.
Yeah, that even when I heard you push that angle, made me think maybe I should become a patron. And I was like, I would never think that in any other context. So it's like appealing to like the human aspect of your audience. Never lose the audience. It's kind of a big moral of this.
I mean, I think that's the biggest thing at the end. Like, all of us are appealing to our audience, and that's the thing. If Jeff's audience appreciates him or appreciate him as a person and what he's trying to do and achieve, then it's working for him, which is why he hasn't suffered.
Yeah, and if Jeff ever did something where he legitimately did lose the audience and they didn't have a grasp on him anymore and they were so lost and felt like he wasn't behaving with them in mind, then it would show in their
I mean, I do think in specifically Jeff's case, I do think it's worth keeping an eye on, just because I do get lots of comments of people telling me they used to watch Mother's Basement and they don't anymore because of the shilling. So
yeah, there's I think a solid 1,000 or so people who have that like strong opinion, at least judging by the comments that have been left and the dislike ratio on videos where I do sponsored content. At like specifically the bad videos where I do sponsored, like the bad video, I guess, where I do sponsored content. Just judging by how people have responded, I would say it's a vocal minority that is signing off from the channel because they're turned off by the shilling specifically. And like I do keep an eye on it, you know, I do try to always make it something palatable and fun for my audience, because if it's not fun to watch, it ruins the content on the channel, but B, it's not going to do a good job of selling the thing that I'm being paid to sell anyway, right? Like if people aren't enjoying the advertisement, they're not going to buy it. Yeah. There are so many people who buy Old Spice deodorant now because Old Spice made some really fucking good commercials.
And that's why that's why I was able to be so successful with those Crunchyroll ads, in spite of it all being shows I was shitting on, is that in every case it's hilarious that I've done it. Like, it's because who would expect me to literally like dovetail the sentence, "This anime is terrible," with "You can watch it on Crunchyroll," and like people love that.
Yeah. I mean, I should probably work in that there's a so I had the opportunity to put up another SAO video this month. A little earlier. I didn't have time to make it, but it was like talking about a Bookwalker sponsorship, right? Because I still have that coupon until the end of the day. This podcast goes up, assuming I put it out in time. But Bookwalker wanted me to do a thing about Sword Art Online because they had a Sword Art Online contest going, and your stuff is funny because obviously people are going to Crunchyroll to watch stuff other than the thing that you're shitting on. Yeah. Like, this would have been, go buy the Sword Art Online book, and I didn't think I could do that specifically with the video that I had written, which is about that one scene at the end of Alfheim Online that's really, really bad. And you guys know which one I'm talking about.
That's really bad. In Alfheim Online?
Alfheim?
I have no.
No.
Are you talking about? Wait.
Digi.
So you're talking about the tentacle?
That one scene.
The tentacle rape?
No.
Is it the tentacle rape
it's the one.
Is it the tentacle rape scene?
No, it's the other
one.
one.
When
it's the other rape scene.
Grabbing her tits and shit.
Oh, yeah. Her hair and tearing her clothes and
so. I
count as a scene.
So that video's still coming. But I felt like I couldn't do a good it wouldn't be good for the sponsor and it wouldn't really be good for the audience. So I didn't make the video at that time. I guess I can say that right now Showa Genroku Rakugo Shinju and what's it called? 7 Deadly Sins and Interviews with Monster Girls are all on sale at Bookwalker right now. And if you go to Bookwalker and use the promo code Mother's Basement, you can get 7 Deadly Sins for 20 cents.
Is that digitally?
You can also.
Oh, you got him interested.
Yeah. So for the next, it's digitally. It's an ebook. 20 cents for a 7 Deadly Sins ebook. 20 cents for a Interviews with Monster Girls ebook. $1.20 for a Rakugo Shinju ebook. And I'm just putting that in here as a thing for people to be aware of. If it's the end of the 20th, if the 20th is over, that deal's done, and I'm sorry that I didn't put out a thing fast enough. But what I'm trying to say there is that I do pass up opportunities to shill all the time.
I'm sure we all pass up some opportunities that aren't worth, because we get fucking inundated with bullshit free to play games trying to fucking advertise constantly.
Yeah.
Fun fact, I got given this one advertisement, and I shit you not, it was for, I think it was for slime. It was the same kind of stuff like Nickelodeon slime.
Yeah.
And I am not shitting you. I got
Imagine an anime YouTuber suddenly bringing out a big old bowl of gack and just rolling around.
You're like slime girls, right? Your own personal slime girl.
I was given that, and I was like, should I make a Monster Girl video as a pretense to have this,
drape some women in gack?
Should I? And no.
Do a you gotta do a video about how Sue is best girl.
Oh my god.
That's like when
might be an actual really good idea to just chill something that's just far out left field and be like, yeah, I don't care. I just want to talk about this. By the way, monsters get monsters.
This is why I wanted Like way back in the day when Digi got that shitty knockoff Dakimakura company knocking at his door.
I got
was
that.
like, dude,
I got no.
you
I also
have-
got that too. I also got that too.
This was before I was big enough that people were like, "Hey, give me, hey, sell stuff for us." But like when Digi got that, I was like, "Digi, you have to make a fucking video about harem comedies." just
Well, I had a whole
do that
plan.
with the Dakimakura.
I mean, I did do the Dakimakura endorsement just for the free Dakimakura, which I love. But my plan with that was that I was going to, because I got one of Shinobu from Bakemonogatari, and my plan was to bring it up in a Bakemonogatari video, but they never gave me a link, like a thing by which to make more money and not simply to get a free Dakimakura. So I just didn't. Well, I mean, I never made a Monogatari video anyways, but I just
You're up one
I didn't
Dakimakura.
bother following it.
If they never send you, like, if they never send you a contract and all they send you is a free thing, like, this is something that I think a lot of YouTubers need to get used to. If all they send you is a free thing, unless it's a very expensive free thing, like a bed or
For
something.
what it's worth, the Dakimakura is $100. I never would have paid, well, something like that. I never would have paid whatever it cost, and I wanted it. So that was, and it was, and I just made like an After Dark video about it. So it was actually worth it for me because that's 5 minutes out of my day for a free Dakimakura. It was kind of awesome.
I'm very much hoping for one of those.
But what I'm saying is, to any like mid scale YouTubers out there, Super Eye Patch Wolf, if you're listening.
Oh yeah, he'll probably.
If somebody says I'm gonna, if somebody says I'm gonna send you free stuff to promote this stuff, make sure that they also pay you, because like the free stuff they're sending you is the bare minimum you need to do that job.
Yeah.
Like by the same token that if you get paid for writing game reviews in free video games, you are not getting paid.
What if you
And
were
that's-
to get the Dakimakura then not make the video? Could that?
If you don't
Yeah.
sign a contract, that's a little sketchy, and your business relationship with that company is obviously over. But
I want to be
if
a
they
paid shill for Spank Bang, not
Yeah.
Pornhub. Spank Bang, Spank Bang. If y'all want someone to talk about all the cool hentai y'all got on there, hit me up. Or N hentai, you guys too. I'd fucking chill you guys any day.
I'd chill N hentai. That's the same as X hentai, right? Or is that a different?
No.
And
EX
hentai,
hentai is not
yeah.
the same as N hentai. N hentai is the blue one. EX hentai is the different one. Yeah, no. N hentai, y'all want to hit me up? My email is 9090@gmail.com. Hit me up, bro. It's all good.
I've had a thing from Faku in my email inbox
talk.
forever that I
Real
should
talk.
I
really.
think
Don't let me-
Faku
don't let me
messaged
guess.
me recently, but they didn't clarify anything. So like it was just like a tweet, like, "Hey, do you use Faku?" And I was like, "No." but
I'd
will
only
consider
do
if you give me free
I'd,
stuff.
Yeah, I'd only
So-
be a spokesperson for Faku if they gave me a lifetime membership. That's the only
Yeah.
reason I wouldn't do it. Like that's my only thing. If you give me a lifetime membership, I'll show you guys. Real talk. Same with Crunchyroll.
I'm on the same.
Wait. By the way, do you guys get like lifetime memberships to Crunchyroll when you get like those?
No,
fucking
I still
deals?
pay for Crunchyroll.
No,
every fucking month.
I pay for
Y'all
mine
niggas
too.
still pay
which
for
is
your Crunchyroll?
You should.
Fucking
is
how
fine,
cheap
because-
is how cheap is Amazon that like they were like yeah, we want you to promote Anime Strike, and I was like, well, can you, like, I don't have Prime or the service, can you maybe hook me up? And they were like, I guess. And they gave me like 3 months of Prime, and then like they said just use the free trial for Anime Strike, and I'm like, why can't you? It's $15. You're paying me way more than this.
Oh
Just
yeah,
give
I
me
just
$15
I just realized fucking to use Anime Strike you need Prime. So
Yeah.
the starting price they're asking you for is like
It's
$99
$10 a month.
It's $10 a month, then $5 on top. Fuck
Yes.
that. Fuck that.
It's
noise.
expensive.
You come back the fuck up with that rubbish, bro. Nah, man. What kind of bumbleclot rubbish is that? Nah, bro. I can get Crunchyroll for $6 a fucking month. What? Never mind. I'm not gonna
The
go down
anime
that
for
road.
your
Seven.
dollar on Anime Strike is incredibly low.
Yeah, but they do have some good exclusive stuff, like
Scum
I think Funewo Amu.
and you can stream Paprika on there. That's kind of nice. A bunch of old
They've got
stuff
Princess
too.
Tutu, I think.
Like, I mean, I Do they have Princess
Last I
Tutu?
checked.
Real men watch Princess Tutu.
That's an old meme.
All right, what do
But
we have other things we have to get
That
to?
is an old
This
meme.
fucking meme.
but
That
This is
shouldn't
getting
be-
The
ridiculous.
Desu Des meme.
Oh, we're
This
still
is
on
yeah,
shilling,
okay.
so let's
the last thing that Digi said to me, and I swear we're gonna get through this really quick, is he said that I am plagiarizing him.
that's a way more
which-
interesting topic. We've been talking about that for 40 minutes.
Did I use the actual word plagiarism? Because if so, I
Yeah.
apologize.
You used the actual-
because that was a terrible
you
word.
used
said
the actual
plagiarizing
word-
content.
You.
I think you said
which-
you
which
feel
is-
like he's plagiarizing.
Yeah. And that's like borderline libel, but whatever.
Well,
we're
I'm
friends.
there are certain moments in that video where I used the worst possible word of all the ones I could have because it came to mind first. Plagiarism's one of them, and the other one is when I said I've done so much for this industry.
No, I
did
love
not
that.
mean
I love
industry.
that. Sounded like something that like a wrestler would say.
That was part of the kayfabe.
Wait. So yeah, when you were like, I've done so much for this industry, that's the only part of the thing where you
I
kind
meant
of
to
lost
say
me.
community.
Yeah, that was clearly
Yeah,
when
when
you were
you-
like giving in to the
alcohol.
the self.
That's the
That, yeah, well,
alcohol.
that's that whole
Aggrandizing.
ending speech.
character.
I was like blindingly drunk by that point.
like you at that point, like it was the best promo it's the best promo anyone's ever
I think the reason that Jimmy keeps cutting out is every time you get loud. I think.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
I think that's why it's happening.
It's the best promo anyone's
It's
ever cut
being
in the
considerate
anime
for your
community.
family members that you're probably keeping up right now.
Nah, it's my roommates I'm keeping.
Yeah.
up
Oh,
with.
right, yeah.
I've had to recently lower my voice because apparently our next door neighbors knocked on the wall.
Oh,
so,
please.
Podcasting's gonna get hard from now
boy.
on. Or I might have to do it during the day.
Yeah, did you? What were the
forbid.
specifics that like made you think that? Because I haven't heard you like back this up or bring this up like since. I don't think.
Okay, well, it's complicated, and I probably shouldn't have even brought it up in the video because the thing is, it's simply, and I don't think this is intentional on Jeff's part at all. I think it's simply the way that he thinks, and it's an accident. But it's just that Jeff will sometimes present like an opinion he's heard, or like one that's like common, that is actually almost verbatim something I've said on the Weebcast or in a chat with him or in one of my videos. And it's rare, and it's like it's hard to explain because I'd have to hear it to tell you which lines.
It's so hard to explain, but I kind of like understood what you mean in a way,
there's,
especially because when
I
you
know
write
there's
a lot
one-
and you're watching everybody else, you'll notice that's
One
something that
of-
happens.
Yeah, one of the videos that Jeff talked about Rakugo before or something, like there's a line that I remember that I just heard it and I was like, that's verbatim what I said on the Weebcast. And I'm sure that in Jeff's mind, that's just a phrase he picked up somewhere. It's not something that he heard from me, but I know that it's from me.
Yeah,
and so
let me also
and
put you
like-
on blast.
No
In the Sword Art
one
Online
else
video,
needs to know it's plagiarism except me. I know he took it from me, and
I mean, like, I'll be honest. I'll be honest. I don't listen to previous Weebcasts because I've had the conversations, right?
You just absorb
So,
the
like-
information.
right,
Just
yeah.
stuff that
In the
makes it
Sword Art
in.
Online video, you said
so-
that you saved Sword Art Online forever, which was like the crowning. My incredible happy line that I was so happy with in ReZero, which I reprised in the Weebcast that we did, that obviously just got lingered in the lexicon.
exactly, it's just so it's
I do that
same-
constantly,
I mean,
but of course,
Yeah.
Like,
I'm
bro,
not.
like,
Yeah,
I think
that's
really,
just how-
that's just how communities work.
Yeah, that's the
You don't
nature
just
of
say
being
stuff.
close to people and being influenced
I
by
can't-
them. That's
Well, it's simply a
Yeah.
matter of that I just really love getting credit, and I also love because like I often well I mean I
That's
give
why-
is
credit
that
all the,
is that where all of this is stemming from?
well the thing I mean if you watch my videos I often will credit, like if I bring up something that I know somebody else said, I always will say, as you can hear about in this video, or as you can hear about in that one. And so when I hear other people saying something that I know I said, then I'm always like, well, why didn't you link to my video where I said that, you know? But then
no,
I
I
know
will- I
that
will
Jeff's
give you-
not doing it intentionally. I know he doesn't
I will
remember
give
where
you
it's
this-
coming
I
from.
will give you this much. When Digi gets an idea for something, like when Digi gets an idea for something, he'll let people know where he got the idea from. Like I remember he made this one vlog around Christmas where he was talking about like he like the how he didn't feel like you should be paying for anime and all that stuff, and he got that idea because I sent him the second verse to 100 Ways, which is a song I made, and the second verse.
I start off the video saying Jimmy sent me this song he's writing, and that inspired me to make this video, just because I didn't want Jimmy to see that video and to know, because he would know that he gave me the idea. Like, there's no way I would just coincidentally make this vlog right after he sent me that. And if I didn't say anything, then he would be like, "Oh, I inspired this, didn't I?"
I know
that's what you would think.
That speaks to like a larger desire to have like the community be like binded in a way where everyone's kind of feeding off of and to me, I've always noticed that everyone in this community sort of comes in couplets of people that are very similar to them in writing and style. It's like Digi and Jeff are clearly very similar to each other. Maybe Jimmy and Gig.
Yeah, that's
the person that's probably closest to my style is probably Under the Scope reviews, and we've kind of like he like made a sequel sort of to my Slice of Life video. And that's what I wanted. He tweeted me saying, "Oh yeah, I kind of want to make a sequel to the 4 subsets of Slice of Life where I talk about the golden age of Slice of Life. Is that okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And I wish that's kind of what I want. And Flip Anime is kind of doing the same thing with Jimmy, and that's where I want the community to kind of move, where people are building on the foundations laid by other people, and kind of having the same conversation.
Yeah. Well, so I think I think you also I think you also run the risk of just building like this kind of narrative where like everyone has to follow each other's video before making their own, which I feel sometimes hurts the community, because when you're not allowed to talk about the same thing, then you kind of restrict your own approach. At least that's what happened to me a few years ago, where I kind of focused on what everyone was doing, and it just kind of stunted everything, like my own creativity and my own approach. So and it also sets this expectation that you think your audience has to be following.
Oh yeah, no.
As well. And that's
to clarify. I'm not saying it bothers me at all that someone talks about the same thing as me. I just want to I like to cover the same material as someone and then say go watch their video too, just because I want the audience to have as many opportunities to consume everybody's shit. I just I really like to send people in the direction of other channels. And I mean, if you I mean that fucking video, the one that spawned this whole podcast, everyone I linked to gained 1,000 subscribers. Best thing that happened out of that.
They were all very pleased about it.
And the thing is, I just dropped the video to capitalize on you. I just dropped the video to capitalize on you.
Exactly.
Because I made that video with the mindset of, okay, fuck, people are looking at my channel now. They're looking at me now. So if I'm gonna make a video, it has to be something worthwhile.
Go Jesus was a little peeved that you didn't get they didn't get a shout out. He's worried that people forgot about him.
But Jesus is cool. Michael, we love you still. You're cool. No one forgot about you, bro.
So I think to just touch back on the idea of different people having similar writing styles. I think to an extent that is definitely true for me and Digi, that we probably draw from a lot of similar writing voices and approach our script writing in a similar way. So it may make sense that while we're talking about the same things, we'll accidentally end up turning the same phrases. Because I can say I haven't watched all of your videos.
Yeah.
So if there's if there's something in your Sword Art Online and analytical diatribe specifically that I've said something similar to, I haven't watched past the first 10 minutes of that because
I mean, most of the ones that I'm making reference to are ones that I know you've seen because it would be a Weebcast or something. And that's why I know you don't know it's me. But there are, the way that I think, and this is how the video that kind of made me figure out what I at least think is why this is happening, is you made this video about the Ghost in the Shell and the clown standalone complex. And in that video, for the first about 7 minutes or so, you're explaining the concept of Ghost in the Shell as a standalone complex, what it means, how it relates to the show. And then at the end of that, you say, go check out Digi's video where he explains this in more depth. Now, what was weird to me about it, and I mean, I'm glad for the credit, fine, but like, what was weird to me about it was that I've never seen anyone talk about that before me. Like, I've never seen anybody break down how that show is a standalone complex, or what exactly it means in that way, like the way I did it. So from my perspective, what I was presenting in that video was something like just a completely original thought. And the way you phrased the shout out was like, Digi has also talked about this, go watch his video. And to me it was like, well, it's not that Digi's also talked about this, it's that I invented this idea, and then you have now rehashed the same idea in virtually the same way. And I just thought, well, it's obvious that you just thought of it as I was presenting something, and it's just kind of out there now. Like, this is now, like, now that I've said it, or now that it's been said, it's an idea that's out in the ether. And maybe other people have repeated it since me. You know, maybe it's something that caught on and became a normal thing to say about Ghost in the Shell. But when I looked at it, I thought, what the shout out I would have given was, as Digibro first declared in this video over here, you know, and yeah, it's like, it's just kind of a weird, like, conceited desire to be given credit for everything that I've said, and you can't possibly know that I was the one who you know, first presented that idea. But it's just like, to me, every time I hear something that I've said from somebody else, I always. And this is exactly how some of this beef with Canepa happened, because of the fact that he doesn't watch my videos, and he'll beef on Twitter about things that I've said and not seemingly knowing that I said it, because there's a lot of people on Reddit or Twitter who just like parrot things from my videos, or the ideas I present become memes or something.
Like your statement about budget.
Yeah, exactly.
Kill la Kill for my money is one of the cool. Kill la Kill for my anime is a Japanese colloquial.
well.
Anime is a Japanese colloquial.
Well, like the big one is that like I sort of started this whole shit fit over A1 Pictures. You know, like I don't think I'd ever seen someone being hypercritical of that studio until I came in and I presented this whole argument, and then after that a whole lot of people started being really critical of A1 Pictures. And so Canepa will sometimes respond to people's like he'll post something like fuck the A1 haters, look at this great Sakuga scene from SAO Ordinal Scale, and I'm like, you know that's just me, right?
Hey,
you know,
okay,
I'm the figurehead of that. I'm leading this movement here, you know.
Mind you guys, and this is my thing to the whole Sakuga community, because I'm one of you guys, just let you guys know. Just because things are moving does not make it good. Just because things are moving
I
on
agree
screen
with that wholeheartedly.
does not make it good. Okay? You can have as many fucking Utapons on screen as fucking possible, but that doesn't tell
if you have
me a damn
Utapons
thing.
on screen, it probably is good, but
I'm just saying, like,
That exactly.
it doesn't tell me a damn thing about anything. It just says that the guy, that one guy, for those 15 seconds of animation, just happens to be talented. Don't tell me nothing.
I don't even agree with most of the stuff that those guys like. Like that can't like all the shit from Ordinal Scale. Like, it is of technical quality. It's not good animation, and I don't care for it. So fuck.
No. Like, so I remember we did.
Jimmy, can you just let me interject on that point, because I've got because we both seen Ordinal Scale, me and Digi have, and I like actually a small part. There is good animation in Ordinal Scale. There's a couple
moments that are cool,
like there,
you know.
There are, like, in the fight scenes, there's good animation. Those fight scenes are bad, though, for a number of big reasons. And I think the problem that you have with the animation, and this is something that I hit really hard in my video that should be coming up this Thursday, fingers crossed. But it's long. It's like 5,200 words long. Is that while the animation is often good, the direction
is garbage
on the action scenes is really
because
bad.
Tomohiko Ito's a bad director, Jeff.
No, I disagree. I think that Tomohiko Ito is a good director of drama. I think that he's a bad director of action, and that's
feel free to.
And unfortunately, he's a better director when there's good writing to work with, and Reki Kawahara wrote the script of that movie.
Wait, did he actually?
Yeah.
Yeah.
along with
Yeah,
Tomohiko Ito, who is also not a
But
screenwriter.
they brought
So
someone else in to Ordinal Scale to storyboard the action sequences specifically because everyone knows Ito is bad at storyboarding action sequences, and that drama's where his prowess
well, the
lies.
action sequences were still storyboarded very poorly. There's a lot
Particularly
of
the
like
final
breaking
scene
the
is-
180 degree
I actually
rule.
just like
Unbelievably
really
bad.
hated the art style in general.
But
like, the
let's
first time I saw
let's
it,
wait.
I literally thought they ruined SAO. Like, as crazy as that might sound, as silly as that sentence might sound, just that whole
Kamara has told me
post-process-
this already. Kamara has told me this already, and it's like they ruined SAO, and I was like, bro,
Let's-
was
I
there
think we should-
anything to ruin?
Well, Jimmy is dead.
Sorry.
Um,
Sorry, I was like,
well, I think we should. Yeah, I think we should save this part of the discussion for maybe next week, because Ordinal Scale is definitely worth doing a podcast
yeah.
about.
I've
on
got
its
an
own.
hour and 20-minute podcast with my brother that should come out at some point about it.
And I've got, like I said, 52 minutes talking about, or 5,200 words talking about how it makes no goddamn sense.
It's
Um,
bad.
It's a bad movie,
But it's entertainingly bad,
moving-
unlike most of SAO. It's actually kind of awesomely bad, in my opinion.
yeah, it's better than, it's not offensive. My back of the box quote for it is, "At least nobody gets raped
Yeah.
in this one." Mother's Basement, 2017.
That was in one of the interviews, I think. Like they specifically.
Oh yeah, we
mentioned,
toned down
like,
the rape in this one. We'll see how they
cut
respond
out
to it.
that.
Like,
We talked to
back
Reki
full force in season
Kawahara and we
3.
told him, like, you can't. I'm sorry, you have to stop.
It's like, this is going to be
That's
rated by
not
the
right, you know,
MPAA.
it's one
You
of the
can't do
recurring
that.
themes of the series. It's a mainstay of the franchise.
Literally,
we're trying-
everything else that has ever appeared in Sword Art Online is in the movie except rape, which is how you know that they had to make a conscious exclusion of it. Because it is the only thing that's not in the movie.
so, oh my God.
Yeah. Oh man. But
How did we get on bashing
God,
SAO?
how did we get to Ordinal Scale
Bro, 'cause
from
this is the
All,
week
all
that
roads
we were
lead to
talking-
Sword Art
Yeah.
Online.
that is true. All roads lead to Sword Art
the
Online.
plagiarism thing, and concluded that it's not really
Yeah.
plagiarism.
I-
It's just more of a
No,
lingering
terrible word
ideas.
choice.
It's
in
just
consciousness.
it's either like us having a conversation and me bringing up a turn of phrase that Digi's used, or in like an extreme example, like I think in the Ghost in the Shell thing, just me not crediting Digi enough.
Yeah, even though you did credit me.
I credit, but Digi's like, I want everybody to
Well,
know
it was
that
just
I'm
it
king
was
shit
just
at the
simply
end of
that
it.
I
Not. Would you rather him credit you or just cut out a chunk of your video and just slice it in like I did? Like,
yeah, which you did, but with permission.
like
Yeah, but yeah, so like, I do try to credit people whenever I am consciously taking an idea that I've heard from them, but if it's like something in conversation, I write all of my videos in a vacuum. I'm sure you do the same.
I mean, and I won't
like you don't
I won't
watch it.
pretend that like all of my none of my scripts have like direct references to other YouTube videos, you know. So it like like even intentionally or otherwise, there's plenty of stuff I have that's in reference to like the thousands of gaming analysis that I've watched. Particularly popular ones, you know, like I'll reference back to something from Sequelitis or something like that, and it's not like I always say, by the way, Ego Raptor said that first, you know, so
Yeah,
don't blame you too
and like
much.
at a certain point, like if you want to talk about something being shandified,
Yeah.
you have to. You can't be referencing Mr. B-Tongue every time you bring up shandification.
well, you might have to, because no one knows what the fuck you're talking about if you don't.
Yeah, I mean, I said it once, and now when I do other videos about shandification, I can be like, I talked about it here if anybody asks the question, and Mr. B-Tongue talked about it, but yeah, like I really do think that just comes down to we talk a lot, and we already have similar delivery styles with our writing. So I think we're just going to turn similar phrases and hit similar ideas. And before we move on from the stuff you've said about me, I have one last question, which is very important to me, which is, you said that you don't watch all of my videos anymore. have you at least seen Avatar as an anime fuck you fight?
I have
Yeah,
not.
I've seen that
Jeff,
video
we're-
twice.
Jeff,
please.
Jeff, that video moved me deeply.
Jeff, me and you are gonna have a fight about that another day.
No, come on now.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I would just like you to watch that video. I would appreciate you watching that video because that video is the one where I've put forward an idea that I think is like
Yeah.
just fucking great. And
I
you're
went
gonna quote
into
me
that
on it,
video
I
like
feel
fully expecting it to be like something I completely disagree with, but I was like, yeah, this is kind of coming together.
I mean,
actually got a
someone
response
summarized it to me, and I said, "Yeah, that sounds right." So,
I've got a response to that video in editing right now.
yeah, well, we'll have to wait.
Oh boy,
It's not me
that-
though. Don't worry.
Lachlan,
He's not
It's not
walking
me.
back and forth in his living room this time.
Well,
you can just take Lachlan's
just-
video as my response.
I just want to see like the idea of anime as a movement take off and have like
Yeah,
people
that's a
talk about
really
it a lot.
interesting angle.
Like, what do you mean?
Because
Like
What do you mean by that?
him like establishing like a spirit
Like-
of anime as opposed to like any sort of like developmental practices. Like it has nothing to do with production really.
Nope.
It's all about that spirit and the nature of
Well, that was
how
the-
it came about.
I don't know what Lachlan's gonna say in his video, so I don't want to preempt him, but. Because again, I had this video described to me, and then a bunch of people were discussing it like on my subreddit, and I was reading that, and the question kind of got brought up of, so is Steven Universe anime? And that was the most important question I think that could be asked
That's a
of this.
disgusting question.
and that is that is
Get
a
the fuck out with that.
so that's and in my video I actually say
He
Steven
refers to it
Universe
as
anime.
a term that
Well,
he
then fuck
a
off.
term that he coined, American anime.
Right.
No, I've seen the term.
That term's been around forever.
He called stuff
Jimmy,
like Sazai-san and Shin-chan Japanese cartoons.
This is another Weebcast all its own.
Jimmy, you gotta watch the video.
Let's not get into this because this can go on for fucking hours.
This can go on for hours.
As I said, I'll fight you on this another day. Just not today. Fucking hell.
We'll fight a different day.
Okay.
All right.
Fly when we can understand what you're saying.
You can understand
So-
what I'm saying right now. No, I just.
Yeah. Well, we'll fight when we're on Skype and you actually have a stable. But
What next?
I think we've talked a lot about Digi's video. And initially this was supposed to be like 50% talking about Digi's video and 50%
Well,
talking
obviously
about
it's
another
not gonna-
subject that's interesting that
We
brought up.
tackled
But
a lot of topics
I,
today. This is just a weird.
I
We
do
did-
want
we
to touch
did
up on that
Weebcast.
just a little bit though. That the editing and writing thing.
yeah, so yeah, some people have said that Digi's video privileges writing over
As it
editing.
should be.
And that editing is just important as writing, and that YouTube's a visual medium,
now-
and that writing's not the be all and end all of making a good video.
now here's-
Now,
can I-
before Jimmy cuts a promo, I just want to give my 2 cents, and to be fair, I'm a little bit biased because I came into YouTube from blogging, and obviously my greatest saleable talent is my ability to turn a phrase. You know, I personally think that I'm the best writer I know, but that's
bro,
you know that's just
every
like
writer
my
thinks that, honey. Come on, don't.
every writer thinks that, and if you're a writer and you don't think that and you're not willing to express that opinion, then you should probably go back to just working on your chops and editing your shit until you do think that you're the best writer you know, because otherwise you're not producing something that. I don't know. You're not producing something you should be proud of.
Thing.
But
Okay,
my take on this is that, like, yes, YouTube is a visual medium, and if it was just silent films and PowerPoint presentations on YouTube, then yeah, your argument that editing is king would be fine. But film, in general, is not primarily a visual medium. After the introduction of the talkie, it's an oratory medium. Film is about the words and how people say those words. Acting is just as important as direction, and direction is very important. Editing is very important. I care a lot about what can be conveyed through direction and editing. Obviously, that's like the that's the foundation of my channel. But there is no way to more clearly and concisely convey an idea than to say it clearly and concisely with words.
And that's, a lot of what our job is unabstracting things. I don't know if there's another word.
My point is though, like I was just because I was just gonna
disambiguating.
I was just gonna make this point because I've made this point to my friends like in private, and I will say it again here for everyone to hear. Every human being on Earth has a limited amount of time to be alive. Every human being on Earth has a limited amount of time that they can wake up, do what they're doing with their lives, and go to bed and continue on. Now, who the fuck are you? I'm speaking this like hypothetically to like an imaginary YouTuber. Who the fuck are you to waste any second of that without making a point to me if I clicked your video? If I clicked your video, I want it to be very clear that you're trying to tell me something that I don't already know. Well, even if it's something I already know, at least make it worthwhile for me to sit through and watch it. And that's where writing comes in.
I agree with both of you, except that I'm going to take this back a second because my statements about writing are somewhat misunderstood, again, because bad fucking phrasing in my video.
Yeah.
I'm sure people who follow my channel know that I am one of the most in defense of visuals and aesthetics in anime of anybody.
Yeah.
Half of my videos are about how important visuals are. Visuals, I made the video. It's called Aesthetic is Narrative. The problem I have with people's editing is not that there's
they lack
not
a narrative entirely.
there's no narrative. RC Anime, for example, what bothers me about his videos is that I start up a video, and as I described, it's got this cool looking imagery, this cool jazz music, this very intricate logo comes on screen, and it's obvious that what's supposed to be happening is that this is supposed to feel cool. This is supposed to put me in a mood. And then when the voice cuts in, "Hey guys, RC Anime here," it's not cool. He's defeated the mood. He's not doing what he's setting out to do. And that's why I made fun of his voice in that video. And everyone was like, "How are you going to make fun of a guy for his voice?" Because his voice is a part of the narrative. And the narrative's been shattered. And I think that there's a lot of YouTubers who are doing a lot of editing that tells me nothing. There's a lot of flashy little intro cards that don't mean anything. I don't want to see your fucking logo spin around in 360. And sorry to call out a friend of yours, Nino, but the most pointless editing I've ever seen is Holden's fucking videos.
Oh god, when those words are flying all over the place, it's maddening. I can't deal with it. I feel like I'm under attack.
2 bottles deep.
I would like to say, I think the community is actually past that phase. And I'm glad for it, because shout out to Holden, he fucking made this community go through a phase where all that matters was this fucking After Effects.
No, it wasn't. Gone. It wasn't Holden. Holden just exacerbated it. It was Lathan. We have to be. Yeah, it was Lathan who started it.
I will never know.
It was Lathan who started the whole push towards
Lathan
editing.
Crow.
Lathan Crow started it, and then a lot of people adopted it, and that's why I feel we're getting to a better place where people are trying to actually use their editing to enhance their points. And you mentioned RC Anime. I think RC Anime's editing is good, but as you said, it's not his editing that's the problem, it's his voice and his delivery, which is completely a different...
I think they're just at odds with one another, and I also just think the graphic, I don't to me, every time I see a fancy graphic at the start of the video, I just picture you jacking off in front of me, showing off the fact that you knew somebody with enough art design skill to put together some shitty fucking logo. I have to watch it at the start of every video. I get the point, I know who you are, your name's on the fucking channel. I don't want to sit through your fucking logo, but
hey. Hello and welcome to Anime Editorial. I'm your host, Mino.
Anyway, I kind of have an interesting take on this. Whereas I'm generally on Digi's side when it comes to that kind of idea, where I don't want to see all sorts of editing that doesn't enhance the video in any way. With RC Anime, it isn't enhancing his script. You know, it's just the tone that he wants to go for because he clearly thinks that's cool, and his audience thinks it's cool. But then
Like,
there's someone completely
the
different.
Thing is, okay, I know I'm tooting my own horn when I say this, but I think I have the best way to introduce videos, like with the way I do them. Because how I do it is,
you have like a few sentences, then you to prep people for what you're getting into.
Put it in the
then you introduce them.
That's all right.
That's
so
much better.
So like, and that like kind of sets the tone and the narrative of the video. And I think what Digi's trying to get at is that people kind of don't understand structure when it comes to writing. Like they don't understand.
It's that in so many other things. And I mean, if you know the first thing about editing, you've heard the phrase, the best editing should be invisible.
Exactly.
And it's like, why isn't nobody? If we're trying to talk about the worth,
ironically, I learned that phrase from Holden. Did you?
Well, I'm just saying, if we're trying to learn, sorry, I know you keep fucking cutting out.
Sorry.
So I don't.
I said ironically, I learned that phrase from Holden. That's
that's hilarious. The thing is that, yeah, the best editing should be invisible, and the best editor on YouTube is fucking Every Frame a Painting. Who doesn't have anything flashy, and yet everyone is enraptured with his videos when they watch them. You know, he's
because he knows where to cut.
He knows where to cut.
And,
he knows he knows what clips to choose,
he understands visual flow. He understands how to set a tone with his editing.
Because he's a film editor.
I'm talking about. Yeah, because he's a film editor, and that's kind of what, like, when I say, you know, I think people should take editing in, you know, when they're writing their script, they should think about the editing at least a little bit, or the audio and visual. Whereas I feel like Digi approaches it with the sense that script is all that matters, and then editing.
When you take this angle with your videos,
it's literally true for me because I pay somebody else to edit my videos, so it is an afterthought for me. If I could get away with not doing it,
does a good job, though.
But I mean, the thing is that is true of my main series videos that Devu edits. I do care a lot about editing and have fun with it when I'm not doing, like, I just don't like editing these kinds of videos, you know, these main channel videos that I'm doing.
If you want to see Digi edit fun, if you want to see Digi do some crazy editing, go watch Insomnia Analysis. That's what I'll say.
Yeah.
Like, go watch
or something. Insomnia, well, those are bizarre edits that I do in those, but like there's lots of videos, especially on my non-main ones, that are extremely experimental with editing and are all about conveying a certain tone and where the editing is part of the art. But like with my main series videos, the artistic element of the editing is entirely in Devu's hands, and Devu is very, very particular about what kind of editing he thinks works and what he likes. I can
tell.
and me and him, both of us, we think the most important thing is just clip choice. It's like, is what I'm showing either relevant to what I'm saying, or is it just does it have good flow? Do these images flow well into each other? And as Devu phrased it, anybody who thinks that Digi's videos look boring must not find anime inherently interesting to look at. Because that's, for me, I just feel like I'm watching anime and it's fucking awesome, you know? Like, I don't need to do anything to it because it already was created to look cool, and it already does look cool. Like,
especially when you're explaining
why don't you do any masking? Why don't you do masking? Why don't you fucking crop out the characters to make them look like they're
when I see that shit, it's like those AMVs that have like a million visual effects. I look at it and I'm like, I just wanted to see the show.
Yeah.
Like, I was excited at the idea of hearing this song and seeing this show. I didn't want to see you masturbate over it with your fucking After Effects shit, you know.
I'm like, I barely use After Effects or motion graphics at all in my videos.
Yours are much closer to mine in style, I would say.
My editing style is I'll try to pick something relevant. I do think that the cuts are important and where you make them is important. Obviously, in what's in an OP, that doesn't come up much because I'm talking about something and the video is a visual aid to understand what I'm talking about, you know? But when I'm doing like an editorial type thing, when I have time to edit that type of thing on my own, I like to match cut. I like to have elements flow into each other, and I try to emulate the visual flow that I see in something like Every Frame a Painting. I mean, like, obviously I'm trying to rip off every frame of painting. That's like half the idea of my channel. Because he's the best.
Done that. I don't want to do that anymore.
But every frame, like, okay, you look at Captain Christian, or you look at Nerdwriter.
I mean, if you are gonna try to do the whole graphics thing, do Captain Christian. He's perfect at it. And
go again. I know I'm putting this guy out there. Go watch Noisy Images. He's like a slightly higher production value version of Captain Christian, but he's got fewer subs. Like,
yeah, but yeah, I mean, my point is, like, honestly, if you're doing motion graphics type stuff and it's not like goofy like game theory or super fucking polished like what they do with Captain Christian and Nerdwriter, kind of maybe don't do it.
That's something that everyone needs to acknowledge. When you go for an RC anime kind of video, you're opening up your video to a whole new dimension of ways to screw up. Because now he's not just reading a blog post anymore. He's performing, and if he performs badly, he breaks the whole video. And he's not just cutting clips together, he's kind of like directing the video together, the way you sort of edit a film.
And he's basically like making half discussion video and half AMV. Yeah. And again, if you're making half AMV, then you come up where you're like competing with god tier YouTubers like Baka Opai. And
I mean, I just want to say, if you're trying to copy Nerdwriter and you're not as good as Nerdwriter, all we're going to think about is how you're not like all I do when I watch like an anime everyday video. Now that he like a lot of his style is copying the style of Nerdwriter, I just think, yeah, but Nerdwriter would have done this. Nerdwriter would have. He would have had a sound goodizer on his voice,
That's kind of why I don't watch RC anime. That's kind of why I don't watch RC anime anymore, because like, especially like back to that anime in New York video, it was literally just the Vancouver video, like stripped down and reapplied to anime. Yeah, and it's kind of like, well, it's kind of why
Vancouver never plays itself. Great video, and very relevant to me, but
I think the important thing is that in the same way you have to find your own voice in writing, that this also definitely applies to editing and whatever your visual style or your delivery is. Because I can say that all of us have our own voice. You know what I mean? Especially not only in writing, but in delivery and how we deliver our scripts as well. You know? And this is as important an aspect. If you're going to take on editing in your videos, that you have a very distinct editing style, right? And it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't
don't get me wrong. I do encourage everybody to copy everybody, but to never stop copying and to copy anything you think looks cool and then figure out how to work it into yourself. Because like a lot of how my writing style has come to be is that I will just do I'll find somebody I like and then I'll do a full bore parody ripoff of their style, and then whatever I think works, that's now part of mine, And so it's kind of like I would encourage people to constantly cannibalize other YouTubers, but you have to then immediately figure out what parts work. Like if you cannibalize Nerdwriter and your video is not as good as his, you need to move to the next. You need to keep going. I did one time. I did Should You Watch Kaiba, which was a Demolition D style Should You Watch video. Like a deliberate callback to his style, and it wasn't as good as a demo video. So I could look at it and I said, well, clearly I should never do a just demo video again, but it made me understand how to do off the cuff speaking because Demo doesn't really write his videos. There's like notes, but he just kind of rambles, and that's why he has that distinct delivery style. So, learning how to do that made it so later on when I do something like, say, my Cowboy Bebop, You're Gonna Carry That Weight video, which is completely unscripted, a lot of the techniques of demo come up there, and people wouldn't think about that, but that's how I learned how to do that, how to ramble unscripted and then cut up a 45-minute audio into 10 usable minutes. So yeah, I do encourage you to copy other people, but just find a way to then expand on it, make it your own, and don't only copy one guy, because we all know when you're doing it.
Yeah, that was your whole big
point where
qualm with
you-
Departed Reflections.
Also, here's one
Yeah.
thing: if you're gonna have like a new sub show on your channel, like just so you're not stepping on other people's toes, like make sure you don't name it the same thing as
Oh
someone else
please,
has.
come on now. Anyway, no,
I'm not gonna mention
It does
names.
help to Google
I-
the title of the show.
Yeah,
you're gonna
yeah,
do.
I have a real
we're not-
point
we're
to
not-
make,
We're not,
though, you're right.
we're not mentioning names. We're not mentioning names
No,
anywhere
he's-
because we've already.
Yeah, all
we've
of a
already,
sudden.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like
But-
it's common courtesy, and like it's common courtesy, and it's just being like a decent guy. Like if you know what I'm saying. Like,
Anyway, one.
Well, I think
I'm not.
Jimmy, I think it's fair if like said person hasn't made a video in like a year. Like at this point, I think should you watch is fair game.
Yeah.
No,
I don't know.
no,
I think if you have a title for a new show, you should type it into YouTube, and if something comes up, maybe consider a different title.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, do it
I'm blown away that you
otherwise.
got away
Like
with
do it
cool
the other
character
way for other
designs.
reasons. But I'm just
What was that?
I'm just
come
saying.
on.
I'm
cool
blown away
character
that you got away with cool character designs.
Yeah.
Somehow,
Yeah.
no one felt the need to take
Hey.
that.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, you know what I'm surprised by? There was no fucking Mother's Basement
Yeah.
channel before I started my
Anyway,
channel.
another really
you the guy who
important
got the name
point
Mother's
in like the
Basement?
larger
What the
discussion
fuck?
is that what constitutes good writing is going to be massively different between creators. Because one person who, like, to me, is doing some of the best stuff in the world of like editing and more like film-ish sort of anime videos is Flip Anime, where his videos, what he's saying is very clearly not what he means. You know, you have to parse his words and put it together. And
It's satire.
Yeah, exactly, satirical, and that adds a whole new layer of like skill that you need. You need to understand comedic timing. You need to understand the culture surrounding the video. You need to understand your audience, and you have to actually have something to say. So you need
It's kind
to.
of crazy because Flip is such an interesting guy because he's become the YouTuber's YouTube. Like he's become the YouTuber for YouTubers. If that makes
Yeah,
sense.
exactly.
Like
You know,
he's-
I've always called him the Abed of the anime community.
he's the Harvard of the anime
Yeah,
community.
and you need like remarkable skill to do it, but it's definitely good writing, but just not in the same way, not the same rules that you'd levy against someone like Pedantic Romantic, where what makes good writing in his videos is entirely different. But he needs that format. He needs YouTube. His videos couldn't be blogs or anything. Like, so he's definitely taking advantage of the medium.
Which is kind of what the point I was trying to make in my response, which is like when you look for criticism, like I'm all for criticism. I think we should all look for self-improvement. But the biggest thing you should remember is don't forget what you're trying to achieve. Because for example, if I wanted to improve my writing, I obviously wouldn't go to Gigi. I'd go to someone else, which I do. But I know exactly what I'm trying to achieve and the message I'm trying to portray in my videos. So like have some responsibility with your own criticism, which is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Understand the intent of the creator.
I think like an important thing to note for how all of us take criticism from, say, our communities, like the people who watch our videos, is it just because you have something that you don't like, something rubs you the wrong way about our videos, that doesn't mean necessarily that you're correct about what we need to change. And that doesn't mean that you're capable of articulating what's actually wrong. And that's not like an indictment of anybody who's leaving comments. That's just most people do not really know how to be properly critical.
I think
it's a talent that you develop.
I will say that I think that the only way criticism can be considered constructive is if you know the intent. You can only if I say, if I go again, I've made this analogy before. If you go to like a sandwich store and you get a sandwich and you say this isn't I wanted a pizza, and it's like they didn't the intentions. It's a sandwich store, like this criticism is not constructive. That it's not pizza.
Usually the creator is almost always going to be the person that's the best at criticizing themselves. Like, nothing that Digi said in that video wasn't something that the creator themselves probably hadn't levied against himself at some point. I'm sure Canopa's trying
and
to...
I want to be very clear, because I've gotten...
Except for me ripping off Digi. I
that was a new one.
That hadn't occurred to me. I was
a lot
like...
of people... to correct a lot of people who are defending that video, because a lot of people are like, Digi's just being critical and constructive, and like, why is everybody throwing a fit? And no, that video was supposed to start a fight. That video was supposed to.
Absolutely.
There was a few.
Here's the thing, Digi. When I've repeatedly said this, that Digi did nothing wrong. I mean that as in you causing this entire fucking. That's not wrong. I like this. This is
It's a video.
You mean that as in Shar
lives off.
You mean that as in Shar Aznable did nothing wrong?
Well,
you mean that
here's the
as
thing.
in PewDiePie did nothing wrong?
I said this earlier, and it sounds like I'm martyring myself, but only I stood to lose anything from that video, and the only thing I really stood to lose was time from my life, from all the people who were responding to me on fucking Twitter for weeks, because everybody I talked about gained a bunch of subscribers. Everybody who I shat on now has a platform to defend themselves, which will make them look cooler in the eyes of their fans. Gigic made a response, and people.
Penguin Boy is not going to look cool after this.
Gigic's response is on my subreddit, and there's a bunch of comments from people saying like, I'm not really a fan of Gigic, but I love how he presented himself in this video. It was such a mature response. I have new respect for him. Like, everyone gets the chance to come out looking even cooler. Nobody who I actually care about had their feelings hurt. Yeah. And if anything, it saves me a lot of time that I don't have to pretend to like RC anime anymore or Canapa.
Why were you doing that video?
I gained a bunch of patrons and a shitload of views, probably made over $100 in ad revenue for getting drunk and ranting in front of a camera for 30 minutes. Everyone wins except that I have to waste a bunch of time reading all this shit that now everyone's saying about me.
One thing that kind of did frustrate me with the aftermath of that video was that there were a lot of groups that were just like, a lot of the people that you criticized that would just, joke amongst themselves, make little memes at other things you say, criticize you on their little little corner of the room, and, not even attempt to challenge anything that you said, but just doing what you said in the video, of sticking to their little groups. And
my thing was, the people who came through the woodwork, nobody branged them. Nobody said nothing to them.
There's a lot of people, the people who are the angriest about that video are the ones who I went, like, it was like a relief. It was like, thank God, now I know that this guy's a fuckboy, and I don't have to, and I can form an opinion of this guy, as opposed to being wishy-washy and not knowing, does this guy, what's this guy like? And it's like they come out like, oh my God, Digi, you're morally reprehensible for the way you represented the anime community, and I'm like, you're blocked.
You've been on the fence about the Penguin for a while. I never heard you say anything about RC anime. Again. First of all, I will say this about Garn's response. Garn, how many times have I told you that if you actually did the whole serious YouTuber thing, people would not call you the Reddit of anime YouTube? I know that's not what you're trying to go for, and it's so frustrating because I know Garn's one of the if he wanted to, he could do the Digibro thing easily. He could do the whole hardcore and analysis of anime thing easily, because I've heard him talk about shows before. But the fact that he's chosen to do this shouldn't be a critique of his shouldn't be a critique of his character in a way. And I think he proved himself with his response to Digi, and I think that's a really I feel like that's a positive thing that Digi did bring out. Everyone kind of won in the end.
Gon expressed in his response video a principle that a lot of people just kind of forget. I'm sure Digi knew, and a lot of people knew, but it's just something that people in the anime community tend to forget.
Hold on, guys.
That there is no overlord of the industry, or of the community. There is no Baron. Digi wasn't trying to present himself even as the Baron who could tell people what they needed to do to improve. But so many people kind of feel that way. If
anything, the main point of that video was simply to say, I don't think I'm getting as much credit as I'd like to be getting. And that's mainly it. It's just a selfish lashing out, particularly at the fact that there's some... again, Gigic didn't even deserve to get wrapped up in it at all in the first place. But it was I look at someone if I had to boil down the whole point to one thing, I look at Canepa, who's talking about the anime industry and doing all these research projects and stuff like that, and I'm doing the same kind of thing. And the way I see it, our data should be cross-pollinating. We should be sharing one another. We should be paying attention, because I'm doing a lot of original research that has to do with a lot of the same things he is. And so to me, there's almost something dishonest about like refusing to watch any of my videos when they are important to the points you're making and the conversations you're having. You know, if you're on Twitter talking about A1 Pictures and how people react to it, but you're not watching the video of the guy doing the research on A1 Pictures, then why are you talking about it? You know, especially if you're saying that you haven't done enough research yourself.
It's a damn shame he couldn't make it to this podcast, you know, but he just got wrapped up.
If you posit the idea that studios don't matter and you don't want to do anything to argue that point,
if I'm like, that's why I wanted to do a podcast with him about it, because I have done a bunch of research that I think concludes the opposite, and he's saying, it would take too much research to talk about it.
He couldn't quite make it.
Well, I mean, but then, bro, if it takes too much, if you're not going to do the research to talk about
anyway,
it, then don't talk about it.
Before I get too off in the weeds on that, though, just like that's sort of that mentality of like, even though we're making informational videos and doing original research, both me and Canepa, you know, and we should be sharing info, the fact that he just doesn't like my editing style or whatever means he won't even do a podcast with me to try to hash out these ideas. And I think that's kind of dishonest. And then when I hear someone like RC Anime just, you know, rip on my Asterisk Score series in such a way that he clearly has never seen any of it, then I just think, how did we get to this point that these people who I would think we could have great working relationships together, that if we were in contact, we could be sharing information, we could be making podcasts together, we could be hashing out the stuff and expanding people's understanding of anime entirely. But instead, these guys are A, not watching my videos, B, talking shit about my videos, and C, presenting the idea that the points I've raised aren't well researched when they are. You know,
and also, like it comes down to the first thing you said in the video. Like it comes down to like one of the first things you said in the video. Like you said, like everyone's just off in their own corner trying to be a cool guy making anime videos, right. And that's exactly how they feel. And the thing is, I've been there too. I've been in that pocket where I feel like I'm too cool to talk to anybody about making videos because I'm the best dude. I'm 901 anime editorial, and I'm like whatever. And I don't even have that many subs, and I've been in that pocket. So regardless, people who have more subs than me are probably gonna be in that pocket too. So like,
and I mean, I'm not innocent of this, because sometimes I don't want to be a YouTuber and a member of the community. Sometimes I just want to be a guy who, in between long stretches of drunken stupor, gets up and writes a video, you know.
We can't all be demo.
Yeah.
We can't all be demo.
And you know, and I think the only reason that Giga got wrapped up in it at all is simply because first of all, that I watched that video right before giving the rant. I was already getting buttered up and drunk to give it. And then just the fact that for me it was like the last straw in wishing that there were more people doing this, where like I went into that video thinking that maybe this will be a video I don't have to write now. Like that thing I'm always saying, that like, you know, the most gratifying moment for me is when I watch a video and it's like what I would have said, and then it wasn't, even though the title seemed like it would be. And that's, I think, why it set me off, even though, again, it was totally undeserved, because Gigic's not trying to do the same thing I'm trying to do at all. It was really my expectations that ruined it for me. And, you know.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the thing, because, like, I don't really, like, I consciously now don't really pay attention to much of the anime community. Not because I don't like you guys' content or that I think it's bad. It's just because I'm just trying to do my own thing. And I feel like if I consume too many other things, that will affect what I'm trying to achieve too much.
That's a huge shift, because I remember back when I met him.
That is a huge shift.
He was watching everybody. I had 200 subs and he knew who I was. So like
exactly. Exactly, and I've taken a huge shift with my own approach to content, and well, I think I've done pretty well since my comeback, so I'm just going to continue doing that until it doesn't work anymore. But that goes, like, you got to just remember what you're trying to achieve, because you guys, you're trying to achieve something different, so kind of you have to pay attention to your community, to what other people are putting out to build on their points, and I guess that's that's everything I wanted to say regarding this criticism kind of thing, and the criticism of the community itself, which is do what you want to do, but remember what you're trying to achieve. Don't be like a snowflake who is just like, oh, this is a hug box, because this isn't a hug box.
Nah, nigga.
Your biggest critique, your biggest critique should be yourself.
And
this ain't no hug box. This is war.
I think it's the case for everybody that you are your own biggest critic if you're making any kind of decent art, and that's why, like, whenever you get like any kind of criticism, I think it's important to take it. I'm coming at this from the perspective of somebody who's worked on video games before, right? And the position that, or like the attitude that we had to take basically toward player feedback from playtests, more than QA, because QA people actually know what they're talking about. We pay them to know what they're talking about and to come to us with suggestions for solutions and understanding of the problem. But with playtesters, you basically never, ever, ever want to take any of their suggestions because they're wrong. They are almost certainly wrong. People don't really know what they want from media. Like, knowing what you want from media is a professional skill that takes a very long time to develop. If it wasn't, we wouldn't have careers right now. So, I do take what Digi says a little more seriously, because I think, like, he is somebody who actually approaches stuff the same way I do, and he does know a little bit about what it takes to create stuff. But even then,
always with a grain of salt. I'm over here trying to be film developing my product. You're not necessarily, so
and I'm over here trying to be every frame of painting / Cinefix. But the main thing is, getting criticism doesn't mean that those people know how to fix your problems, but it does identify areas where people aren't 100% happy. And if you hear like a lot of criticism in the same area, it's important to like think about that and try to find a way to fix it without obsessing over everything that other people say is wrong and trying to just do what everybody else says that you should do.
And with that inspirational final parting end.
Jeff really does know how to bloat a video.
I do.
He says he's thinking about this being an hour and a half.
Hour and a half for the discussion.
Fucking
Christ knows.
A lot.
So that's it, everybody. See you on the next week. Do you have an outro segment for the show?
Yeah, he was going to go around and ask everybody what they did with their week, but I think we're beyond that.
We're not asking. We're not asking what people did with their weeks, but I did send out a message for the mailbag, and I feel like I'd be doing this.
Okay, have a nice night. So, you can send us your audio.
In that case,
very quickly, quickfire. Adrian Novaron asks, "Greetings, Superbest Weebcast. What do you think about weekly anime manga reviewers? Most of them, if not all of them, tend to stick to a basic format that consists of recapping each chapter without really adding or doing anything new with it. Essentially,
before we get into this, can I just say, I've got to go.
Okay, all right, yeah, thank you.
I got to see.
Yeah.
So it was good to hash things out.
Thanks for coming by, and I'm sorry this wasn't 2 hours long, like I said.
Enjoy a silent voice.
I have a problem.
Enjoy that Naoko Yamada.
And enjoy that movie that I have to wait like a year to see.
No, but
peace out, man.
Peace out, man. Thanks
like that's the fucking weekly shonen ghetto is the community that I was most connected to before I started doing anime content. So it kind of holds a weird near and dear place in my heart. I was a big fan of Otaku Assemble back in the day, and I thought he was pretty cool. I also really liked Uba Hikari, but all the other guys like Forever World, etc., King of Lightning, it's disposable content to me, bro. I have no end.
You want to talk about you want to talk about anime drama too? Holy fuck!
The shit that those guys
the
got
only
into.
I've never watched any of the vlog ones. The only weekly shonen review show I watch is the Podcast, which is the One Piece podcast that's on the Procrastinators channel. That if you're a fan of One Piece and you read it weekly, you should check out. It's Best Guy Ever and Hypocrite. It's a lot of fun. I listen to it, and I don't even read One Piece, but I've vicariously experienced the entire Big Mom arc through this podcast so far, and they've said some nice things about a couple other guys who do it, so I guess some of them are okay because I
generally don't care for channels like that, but there is this one guy that I really love called Double Four Anime.
Oh my god,
so
get out.
Yeah, I'm really fond of him. Really,
His stuff's really original.
Yeah,
and
I really love how he takes off his shirt.
Oh god.
You know, it really brings the video full circle.
Kumara, leave, please.
So my opinion on these guys is they're a step up from reaction channels.
But they've been around for way longer. That's the difference. They've been around. They've been around for longer than us. But the first form of anime commentary on YouTube was chapter reviews. Or like anime or manga commentary on YouTube was chapter reviews. Like that's how
most of what anime blogging was, even back in my days, was episodic or by chapter, reviews. Like that's always been the primary form. It's actually, I think the only reason that that's not the primary format for anime commentary on YouTube is that it's too fucking hard to do.
Yeah.
Like because vlogging content's not a big enough deal that people will like grow really big from it, but that's the only way you could feasibly every single week talk about multiple shows, which I did for half a year on Digi Does Anime,
That's the reason why a lot of the shonen guys, they would pick either one or two shows. Like, I'm gonna be the biggest Bleach reviewer, I'm gonna be the biggest Naruto reviewer, I'm gonna be the biggest One Piece reviewer. My friend Studio Period, he's called Studio Period, but he used to review Medaka Box. Ironically, he used to review the Medaka Box anime week by week, and like that was his thing. He was the Medaka Box guy, and it's even to the point because no one even cares about Medaka Box. It's to the point where if he ever meets you, the first question he always asks you is, have you ever seen Medaka Box? That's his.
He asked me that like 3 times.
That's his stick, yeah. But so people usually just pick their one show, and I think that's the reason why it was a lot easier back then, because people would pick a specific thing to centralize their whole channel on instead of becoming like
it's just, I mean, if you do that, like if you don't have a big 3, which you don't now unless it's One Piece,
that's why the community's dead. That's why their community is now dead. Like that
Naruto and Bleach are gone. We can't do this anymore because if you pick one show a season, you've completely alienated most of your audience.
You have DB Super.
Yeah.
That's gonna sustain a lot of people forever. You got Dragon Ball Super, and you've got there's probably a community like that for JoJo. I haven't looked.
It's still around, kind of, but their manga is monthly now, so that's their thing.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have more mail questions here?
Yeah, we do have more mail questions. Mozilla Fennekin asks, "Hey Shillbags, if every anime YouTuber were stuck on an island together and had to kill each other until one lives, who would be the first to die, who would be the last man standing, and who would try not fighting and instead work to live peacefully? Also, drama should be settled through rap battles and life."
Bro, please let people want to settle their drama with me in rap battles. I beg you, please.
My biggest regret.
Bring us another.
My biggest
cipher,
regret
man.
as an anime YouTuber is that I don't have a solid enough waifu. Like, I wish there was a waifu. Like fucking Nino's got Hanekawa, like, pretty on lock.
Yep.
And so if we got into a waifu debate, we know he's got his fucking girl. I don't have a solid enough waifu to, like,
I used to, but I think I need to refresh my palette nowadays.
I got Maho Manami from Beck. That's pretty.
No one's gonna argue that because no one knows who she is.
But also, if nothing else, she could take your waifu in a fight.
First of all, my waifu could take all your waifus in a fight all at once. So
that's probably true. Black Hanekawa is pretty fucking strong.
Exactly. So don't even try talking that shit, dog. Like, it's no. None of y'all's waifus can bench press a mountain. So anyway, let's continue. Next question. Oh wait, no.
Wait, we didn't answer the question, you idiot.
The main point.
Yeah, we didn't.
So if we were on an,
Which
if we
is-
were all on an island,
so
the
if-
first person to die.
Well, Pause and Select would start up his own cult where he educates people on the database.
He would probably be the leader of the society, and I would be the guy on the other side of the island that everyone's afraid to go to because they've seen me eat a man before. and whoever dies first is
And Aussie Anime would start.
who's the fattest YouTuber anime you can
Bennett
name?
the Sage.
I don't know.
Bennett the Sage.
Yeah, Bennett the Sage is the first. Isn't he short? I need a tall fat guy.
No, I think the first to die would probably be, God, no, it would be
could
somebody
that
who's
anime
like,
snob, just because he's
Oh,
aggressive
yeah, I'll
and-
eat
no,
that
it would
anime
be the anime
snob
snob. It would be
first.
the
Yeah,
anime
see how long
snob.
you live after that.
Yeah.
Like who's
forgot
defending
he's
him?
fat.
Somebody
Bro,
loud,
you'd give
somebody
yourself-
loud and opinionated.
you'd give
The
yourself
second
food
person
poisoning.
to die would be whoever eats the anime snob.
Oh, I die of food poisoning.
Yeah.
Is Mumkey in the
I
anime
think the
community?
last.
Do we count him?
Yeah, of course he is. He's a professional anime connoisseur.
Okay, so Mumkey would be the last man standing if like Mumkey would
No,
be
no,
the
no,
last
no,
man
no,
standing by
no,
far.
no.
Like, there's no way.
He'd kill himself
Last-
before
no,
he
last
got to that
man-
point, I think.
Yeah, Mupke would be the first.
Yeah, he
Mupke
uses-
would
he
use
uses
it as an
superpower
excuse
suicide.
to finally kill himself.
No, the last man standing would be Demo because he's already used to like living out in the wilderness and not interacting
Yeah,
with
that is true.
society. He's
He would commune with all
so,
the
yeah,
animals
not-
and like become like they would
Yeah.
he would leave our human society and go to be with the animals in the jungle and subsist that way.
there would be just like a
Pedantic
lizard
romantic
army
would
that
give in to his
descend
primal
on the-
instincts and battle it out with all of his enemies.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Him and Yusuf would just like do battle every single day. They would just fight all the time. Him and Yusuf would just throw.
I actually no. Can I take it back? The last man standing would be
of course.
Jess.
Oh, bro.
Yeah, if he
the
counts as
endless
part of
jest.
the anime community, then yeah.
I don't think he'd
Outlast
appreciate
us
being
all.
associated with
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, we'd all fucking die.
He's a
He
real
would
life
kill all
superhero.
of us. Yeah. But yeah, I think that's a fun question. Pavement asks, "Is Digi okay? Like actually okay? I feel like I'm watching a dude's ego implode." As someone who's been in his position before in regards to alcohol
Oh,
and depression,
jeez, get out of
when
here.
you're able to make the comment, "I'm hurtling towards alcoholism," you're lying to yourself. You're already there, even if you don't feel like it. I'm not telling anyone how to live their lives. I'm just saying you're wading into the ocean, not running towards it. This may be too personal to answer / shoot the shit about on a podcast, but hey, it's the only thing I can think about.
The answer is probably not. I'm probably not okay. But it's fine because I know what to do. That's all I can say is like people all day give me they're like, "Are you okay? Here's advice, here's things you should do." And I'm like, "Guys, I know."
Just
I know.
try and imagine Digi at one of these
I know
AA
what to do.
meetings. Where they make
I
him
might
stand
not have
up
done
and
it
tell
yet.
a story.
I might not have done it yet, but I know what to do. I've been here for a long time, so Don't. I mean, you can worry about me, but you can't help me.
I sent a random like uplifting message to I sent a random uplifting message to Digi a few days ago, and it was like, "What brought this on?" And I was like, sometimes people just need it, and it was just like, "Thanks." And in my mind, I was like, this is out in one ear, out the other. Digi's not gonna take this to heart. Like, Digi's just gonna pass over this immediately. But yeah.
Well, it just seemed kind of out of well, that's the thing is about when people hear you say like, "I'm depressed right now and I'm rattling towards alcoholism," like I don't know if they're imagining me like just sitting in the corner all day with "Hello Darkness, My Old Friend" playing in the background. But like you probably sent me that message like when I had just come after reading some porn manga and I'm like sitting there like fat slovenly with like jizz all over my hand and panties on my face, and I click over and it's like, "Digi,
The hell is
I
this?
want to give you this very heartfelt message." And I'm just like, I'm not ready for this right now.
know, cause like thing is, I know exactly what you mean. Like, but like, cause I mean, I've been there. I'm kind of there right now. But like, the best you can do for a friend who you even think is going through that kind of thing is just like reach out. Like, no matter what happens. And I think it's Digi. If he looks okay, he's okay. As far as you guys are concerned, let the people.
Well, do I ever look okay?
There we go.
Looking okay by your standard is he uploading on his channel? Does he look like he just drank? And is he sucking on his vape? That's how I know you're okay. If you're not doing,
the fact that I haven't gone full back into smoking yet.
There was a time where I was legitimately scared when his hits completely declined and he just broke up with his girlfriend, and I was like, oh no, what's gonna happen to the channel?
Sub's been around for a previous.
Yeah. So seeing him,
depression.
shoot out of that like a phoenix and take the world by the balls, I know that everything's probably gonna be okay.
Yeah, I
everything's
feel
fine.
like everything's gonna be alright for Digi. Well, yeah. Next question, Jeff. If there's another one.
Next question. Jaraspat asks, in light of the recent Anituber Civil War, what do you think are the most pressing problems in need of fixing within the Anituber or even general media analysis?
I
think that was the entire. First of all, leave the man alone, Kabara. Second of all, I think that was the entire podcast we just had. That was everything we discussed. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe.
I like, if we're talking about general media analysis, that's the only reason I bring this up.
Actually,
somebody needs to take Cinema Sins out back and just put two barrels through it.
As far as the anime community is concerned, and I know this is gonna sound gay, but I want community again, because it wasn't always this segmented. It wasn't always this regimented. People used to talk to each other. People used to be friends with each other. And I don't know when it happened. I think it's after Potaku died or some shit. But I think people need to start talking to each other again. And I know I talk shit about a lot of people, and I'm willing to bury the hatchet if people are also willing to bury their hatchets. I'm willing to make up to
I am
make
as
up
well,
with,
for the record.
Yeah, I'm willing to make up with anybody. If you're with it, I'm cool. I don't want to be at war with everyone forever. I'm friends with people now that I used to throw bobs at all the time. This goes for everybody up and down the community. So I think that's I just realized that this is the most ironic thing to hear me say this, but I do think that we do need a sense of community and a big get everybody into one giant fucking Discord where we can all just shit on each other's videos 24/7 and talk about Konosuba every time it uploads a video. I don't know, just let's do that. How about that? I don't know. Maybe that's a problem that needs to be fixed. Bring peace.
The biggest problem I see that I need fixed is I need 10 more Digibros. I need 10 more people who write exactly like me but watch totally different shows and can give me entertainment for the rest of my day.
I don't know. I don't want to see more Mother's Basements because I'm happy with just the one.
I don't want to see any more Rhinos because I don't think the internet.
Well, what I mean by 10 more Digibros, I don't mean 10 more clones of me, but 10 more people like the ones that I gave in that big video of mine a list of basically all the anime YouTubers that I still watch who are making any content at all. And so I need another 10. I need a second half of that list because I am bored as fuck and I want to watch anime analysis.
We need the Super Eye Patch Wolf for Maho Shoujo.
Exactly,
Maybe
which hopefully
Mirage
that one
fan.
girl will be that girl who started doing
Mirage?
Maho Shoujo analysis.
Mirage,
Mirage. I want another one of those. I mean, she just only made one video so far, but if she became a content producer consistently, I'd be like, oh, thank God, Maho Shoujo's covered.
I think.
Oh my God, if
Her
she
power
makes
was
it so
out the
I
past
don't
few
have to
days.
go through the trouble of watching every fucking Maho Shoujo anime, I will be so fucking happy.
She's got another video
guys,
in the works right now.
Oh my God.
One of the biggest crosses on my back right now is no one's doing analysis of Maho Shoujo. I love Maho Shoujo, but I have no time to watch a bunch of 50-episode shows.
Yep.
So if someone takes that away from me, thank fucking God. You know, that's what I mean by I want 10 more Digibros. Like, cover the shows I'm not covering, please.
Okay, for like a slightly off topic. Is anyone aware of like the Twitter account YouTube thumbnails? That like YouTube thumbnails that just uploads random thumbnails off YouTube to Twitter? Like, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anime editorial, our anime character's white just got uploaded as a thumbnail on YouTube.
Fantastic.
I don't
Nice.
know how. I don't know who sent it to them, but
Instant meme.
I have become a meme. If this video doesn't...
All right,
if
we
it-
have more mail. We're at 4 hours now.
Yeah, we are at 4 hours.
Pass that over,
There's a few hard-hitting questions in here that I think we're gonna just breeze by. Peter John Jude asked, I'd like to know if any members of the YouTube anime community privately asked Digibro to retract or apologize for the libelous statements made in Digi After Dark on
There's that word again.
03/15/2017 about several content creators in said community. If yes, please share the details at your discretion, but if the answer is no, then instead please explain the ways that you think content creators in the anime community can be more innovative and professional. I think we kind of
should
did
have
that
done
on the
this
whole
mailbag
video.
thing at the beginning. Now looking...
No.
Yeah, that would have been a good
That
way
would've
to
impeded our organic
focus
discussion.
on. Yeah, it was a really good conversation. Like, it was a really good
No
conversation.
one asked for any apologies. Almost everybody I talked about in the video either was didn't care that.
I think you need to be at critical chump level to be asking for an apology.
Well, I mean, Gigic and here's the thing: everybody I called out has a platform, so they were able to say something.
Except Animat, of
Except
course.
poor Animat.
he just got charred, and he's a smoldering crater of what he used to be.
And he's such a sweet kid too. Like, I don't know.
I don't know the first thing about the guy. I watched this video in 2 times speed, and that's all I know.
So basically, nobody asked you to nobody tried to bitch out in Streisand.
No, nobody. The only person who there were people who were not mentioned in the video who thought who demanded that I apologize.
That's the mad thing. Like, I know. Kisa, the otaku chick, was really pissed off at Digi about this, and I'm just like, what is your problem, bro? He didn't even.
Who was? What'd you say?
The otaku chick was really bothered by your
she's
video.
just-
The otaku chick was bothered because I've blocked her everywhere because she's an asshole to.
Every now and then, she will just at me on Twitter to start arguing about you. I never care.
She just trolls my friends, and therefore I blocked her ages ago, and that's why she's.
I am friends with her, but friends is a weird thing to say. I think I'm friends with her, but she's kind of crazy. And
the people,
she
there was a
attacks me lot.
consistent thing among people who were the most mad is that I've slighted them in some other way, usually by ignoring them. so
Those
yeah,
poor souls.
They wish they were getting called punk bitch motherfucker.
yeah.
They don't even get that courtesy.
Oh my gosh.
All right, the last question of the night. Very important question. Something that is vital to any discussion of anime on YouTube moving forward. Gonzalo Carrillo asks, any chance any of you will do a video discussing the bizarre phenomenon of Kimono Friends?
Kimono Friends.
I only just heard of
would-
it today, so...
Kimono Friends is the most popular anime of this season in Japan, apparently.
Kimono Friends is there's an interesting phenomenon with it where it's basically this not very well made. It's essentially a nothing show. It's like a bunch of animal girls in a park, CG animation, not very well, and they're just kind of doping around doing nothing. But
I not very well is an understatement, Digi. This is the ugliest show this season aside from
I like
Handshakers.
the character designs of Kimono
I
Friends.
think people need to
But
talk about Handshakers.
I heard of it for the first
No,
time
no,
because you
hold on.
mentioned...
I'm gonna
this
talk
version
about
at some
Handshakers.
point,
Don't-
I think.
But the reason that Kimono Friends is so popular is that it's got
all the girls in the show are fucking adorable. What the hell?
That what?
what? What'd you say?
I said that all the girls in the show are fucking adorable. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's really cute, and it's just a show that I guess it has sort of a weird, subtle hint of possibly being post-apocalyptic, and like, there's like, I guess there's people are interested in the show because it seems to have some kind of ulterior, possibly unintentional, deeper meaning behind it all.
Like how Gakko Garashi,
but not intentional.
Cheaper, but I mean, so. I think the post-apocalyptic thing is supposed to allude to the fact that the game that it's based on shut down before it came out.
That's probably
the game died.
Like, but like, I couldn't even make it through the first
I fully
episode.
intend to watch as much of Kimono Friends as possible. I don't know if I'll make a video about it unless I can get... Because it's not being talked about in the West at all, except for on like a very small sect of
Glass
anime
Reflection
Twitter.
posted a video on it today.
Well, Glass Reflection just came out with a video today about why it's great and everybody should watch
Odd.
it.
Yeah. Odd that it's him, of all people.
First of all, odd that
That's really bizarre,
I mean,
now that you mention it.
Actually, Digi, this is an interesting point, but like, Tristan's been making like a genuine effort to evolve his content recently. Like, yeah, Tristan, like, he's
We're talking
been
about a show that
making,
has on America, on Mal, it has 6,000 members who have it listed at all, which is nothing. So that's
I'm more surprised. I'm more surprised that Tristan can evolve his content. Really, that's mad.
Well,
good on the guy.
I talked with Tristan.
You know, I've been a fan of his. I was a fan of his for a long time. Circumstances happened that changed that, but you know, good on him. Good on him.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I like I've talked with him about this before. He's really making a concerted effort to change what he's doing and take different approaches to it. Yeah. And that Yuri on Ice video that he put out a little while back about how what Yuri on Ice does wrong is sort of the start of that trend. Because I'm not going to speak for him, obviously, but I think that he's sort of realizing what we were talking about reviews kind of being dead. You know?
Took him long.
Well, anyway, to revisit Kimono Friends, if I were to watch the show and find that I had something interesting to say about it, then I might make a video about it. But like, I would want to talk about the phenomenon only if I was able to read more of the Japanese stuff about it. Because as I understand it, the show is a huge talking point in people talk online in Japan, but it hasn't been a massive one here, and so I can't read Japanese and I can't really report on why everyone's so excited about it exactly.
Yeah, maybe I can get Yazi to translate.
It'd be
it
nice
for me.
if there's I would love it if we had a Japanese speaking American YouTuber or English speaking YouTuber. You know,
I mean that's
someone bringing us back to channel information.
That's the anime man. That's the anime man. Or he could be, because he's fluent in Japanese. And he lives in Japan.
He's squandering his powers.
In the anime blogging world, we have a few people who are like, they go to 2chan and they bring back what they find. Yeah. You know, I want someone like that on YouTube.
Pilgrim.
I have scoured Nico Nico Doga for anime. I used to watch for anime reviews. I've scoured YouTube. I've scoured Nico Nico Doga. I've even I've gone so many places looking for Japanese people doing anime reviews, and they're almost always bad. They're almost always really low quality, low effort. They're almost always someone talking into a mic. I remember someone did it entirely in subtitles. They communicated the entire video through writing that was overlaid under the show, which was just bizarre. It was all writing in Japanese, and he was reviewing the show, but.
There's actually a great one of those in English. A guy called Ouzi, where it's just fake subtitles for a scene from Food Wars that is a review of Food Wars, and it's fucking hilarious.
Oh god, that's one of the most brilliant videos.
That video's great.
Yeah.
Cool. He made a second one about Gakko Garashi, and it got copyright claimed instantly, and I think he stopped making videos after that.
Yeah, because that's really tough to do. Mm-hmm. It's transformative content, but it's tough.
But I can't believe the Food Wars one didn't get claimed to oblivion.
He edited it more, I think.
One dude I found. He made an anime review in Japanese with English subtitles, but I think he was an American living in Japan. And
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. It was the guy, because you shared him with me, or vice versa. And it was just this guy, like, really energetically screaming in Japanese, and it was fucking hilarious.
I think I showed it to you, and it was hilarious. Like, the guy, he was rude Kill la Kill, I remember. I can't remember his name, though, and his hair was really weird. Like, yeah. Anyway, do you have any more questions?
Yeah. There's just a part 2 to Gonzalo Carrillo's question, which is related to the Kimono Friends thing. Have you ever been part of a bandwagon and regretted it?
And that's where we bring this into a close.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, so yeah.
Okay, and the podcast is over.
This has been a cool podcast.
I love how that was
I hope you've all had fun. It zigzagged around a bit while praising Tristan at some point for some reason, but there were a lot of good times in this podcast.
This is probably my favorite podcast.
Yeah,
I'm being dead serious.